I didn't press the button properly. Hi.
Just looking at Jonah's face, just like,
That's what I crumpled at. Oh, it is.
I have a brand I need to keep up, okay?
It is a gloriously disgusting morning here in the UK for weather, but we have a Jonah to brighten our day, so
I live to serve.
It's literally top migraine weather today because it's warm but overcast and groggy and wet. So it's like awesome. Amazing.
I have sun that is reflecting on the very bright white facade of the building right across the street.
It's giving you an angelic glow.
Yes, I know. It's also making me pale as fuck.
You are a vampire, so.
True. But I can see clouds, like just little misty clouds, but I know when I see them over there with the high-rise buildings, that usually means it's going to be dark at a time that it shouldn't be dark. So, we'll see.
Yeah, we've got kind of just, you know, when it gets overcast and the sky just turns completely white. That's what we've got right now, and I'm just like flipping it up with my smiley face, which doesn't work.
Very cute though. You can both have my weather. It was like 30 degrees today, very dry, not a cloud in the sky. It was awful. You can both have it. I don't want it.
Gimme. A man after midnight.
I love your jumper sweater shirt thing.
Yes,
so
thank
cool.
you.
I love how it's like October, almost virtually October, and we've both, Jonah's cracked out the skeleton, I've cracked out the witchy, all the Halloween clothes come out.
I didn't do anything. I just have my normal shirt.
Just say it's a werecat and you're good.
Yeah, it's a werepanther.
Yeah, it's definitely a were creature.
It's a thingy from Changeling
stuff. See?
Yeah.
See?
I was gonna ask. I got confused. I was trying to do a TBR, and I was like, okay, I know I have to put Side Changeling in.
Put her own readathon on her TBR.
Silly girl.
I feel like I've missed a book, and then I posted it, and then was like, "You shitting twat!"
I'm so frustrated because all I could find is book 2, 3, and 4. But what the fuck am I going to do with book 2? I need book 1, and I can't find it in a way that is that can be delivered to me. And I'm like, well,
I mean, I can just buy you a copy and send it. I don't mind doing that.
I would like to join.
Okay.
The books don't want me to join.
Okay.
So that would be very nice of you.
Week after, so it won't get to you till sort of mid-October.
That's fine.
But yeah, I can in a couple of weeks I can do that.
Yeah, I mean they are not that thick, right?
No. It won't cost much. It's just that like work have reduced my hours, so it's like.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Why am I in the wrong chat?
Don't strain yourself just to make someone else fall in love with that. Yes, that's.
I'm going to.
Like, I only have 1,700 pages on my TBR for October. I'm good to add something.
Well, I have a huge reading update.
I thought you meant that was in one book.
That would be hilarious.
Yes.
Well, you know how I like a week ago was like, oh, I've only read 4 or 5 books and I was stressed. That number is now at 12, and by the end of today will hopefully be at 13.
Nice.
So I'm like, this has actually turned out to be my best reading month. I mean, I haven't completely read 13 books because, as we know, the challenge this month was to try and finish ones I'd already started. But the majority of the ones I'd already started weren't even halfway done. So I've read a lot of half books. And I read like I think I've got 3 mangas in there, just this one to hand. But yeah, there's like 3 or 4 manga in there. And then yesterday I read 2, finished 2. So I'm like, yes.
Okay, but why are we the same person again?
Oh shit.
Like, I don't know if you've seen what I posted on the Discord, but I I was flying through my last main quest prompt with the prophecies thing, but the book was just so shitty, and I was like, okay, there is just enough mystery in there that I don't want to DNF yet. But by the time, like, everything I read yesterday, 70 pages, I skimmed more and more and more. And I was like, okay, if I'm skim reading, and all
You're
I
not
can say
enjoying
about this, and all I can say about this is screaming, but not enjoy, just pain that people don't do shit and can't be shit. So I DNF'd it, but it was 63%, so it counts. So now I'm like, okay, I have 48 hours. Do I bother with the side quests? No. Do I bother with another path? No. You know what I'm going to do? I figure out what the shortest books on my Kindle are, and I'm going to read them. And I have so much stuff that I plan on. I have stuff in here that I can finish in a sprint. So I plan to finish 5 books today. And I made a list.
Wow.
Which would bring me from
Impressive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. From six red and 1 DNF would bring me up to 11 red and 1 DNF.
Wow.
I will
If
figure
you do
out
get that done, you get all the prizes.
Yeah.
I will figure out if they fit any prompts afterwards, but right now I just can't be asked.
That's the hilarious thing. I was looking at it yesterday and I was like, I've now finished 12 books and yet I still haven't got enough to finish any of my paths. So I am going to be trying. I don't know if I'm going to finish it, but I'm going to do my best to finish Bloodmarked.
Yes.
Because I'm exactly halfway through.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, well, it's only 200 and something pages, and we all know I can do about 110 pages an hour if I put my mind to it. So by lunch, I could be a decent portion if my brain doesn't decide to go bleh, and I need to stay off The Sims.
I challenge you to a duel, my darling dear.
This isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! No. Anyway, good morning, Brittany. Oh, Ren, what are you reading? We've both sort of said.
I'm gonna read A Man and His Cat Volume 5 because then this would be my 30th volume of manga this month. So I would have done it, which is awesome. And I'm gonna put this because I'm like soft DNFing one of my skills for minstrel, which is like the last minstrel thing I had. Like soft DNFing it because I don't have the brain power for it right now, but this will fit for it. So I would finish that. And then I'm going back through some of the other manga that I read this month, and I'm like, is there one that has a battle in it? Is there one that has metal on the cover that I can just, I've already read it, and I can put it into my blacksmith one for the 2 books that I didn't finish on that.
Mm.
So, didn't you read a Fire Force one?
Yes, but that was for a minstrel prompt.
Okay. But like I mean, there's fighting in Fire Force.
But I read a bunch of My Hero Academia, so like all that counts.
Whatever.
I still also have 5 of my watercolors to catch up. But I don't think that's happening today. I do not have the brain.
Hey,
so I really want to repeat a couple of the activities. Like I want to like redo a couple of the activities, but as I said, for this particular challenge, I wanted to do something different every single time. And now I'm like, but I just want to do the fun ones that I really enjoyed. But it's like, no. We still got to do 5 more and then we can go back. So I've still got those to do. But yeah.
Hey, Kirsty. You don't want to duel like in Yu-Gi-Oh? Then let's do it the old-fashioned way. There, my glove, right there.
Jewel.
It was really funny. I slapped my supervisor with a glove the other day. And they were annoying me, and I jokingly just went like that. And I was like, in the olden days, that would have started a duel, right? And they were like, oh, yeah, well, I've got a big sword. And I was like, I've got 3. And they were like, ooh, well.
And listen, if you don't go for swords, you can always throw books at people.
I mean, we have knives at work, so I was like, they can kind of substitute for swords. I
Yeah,
managed to
true.
stab myself successfully, so I might as well stab somebody else. Because it's healing quite well. It's just, for some reason, it won't sort of seal. So every time I take the plaster off, it's just like, hello. And it's just like this little flap that just doesn't want to do anything. And I was like, oh, for God's sake. So it's like when I go to put my hair up, it keeps re-slicing it. And I'm like, ow.
Gross.
So at least for once, I've actually injured myself with a knife in a kitchen. Because so far, I work in a kitchen. And my spectacular injuries so far have involved blunt force trauma.
And a door. Remember when you sliced your thumb on a door?
No. That was a set of crates. That was when I was like throwing the rubbish out and I lifted the crate and the crate slipped. And again, that was a tear, not a slice.
Yeah. But I just remember it was something that should not cut, and yet it did.
Yeah, blunt force. And then the other one was the cages where we store things, and I sort of punched it and bust my thumb up, and I'm sure I broke my thumb. Anyway, yeah, this time it's just a slice. But for those who don't know, because it amused Jonah greatly, I have the cutest way of flipping people off right now because it is my middle finger, and I've been decorating been having fun decorating. Yesterday it was like a little zigzaggy face because for those that play Final Fantasy VII, the ghosty things that appear with like the faces, the crazy faces on, the shape of the bandage looked like it yesterday, so I coloured it in to make it look like one of the little ghosties, and it was really cute. Ren appreciated it.
It was very cool.
Hello,
I didn't
Brittany.
get to see it.
Well, I mean, I can
I'm
just
clearly the favourite.
I mean, true.
Winner.
It was more of a
weirdly, it was Jonah that came into my dream last night.
What? What?
Whoa.
I'm sorry, that was not planned by me. I am innocent. I did nothing wrong ever in my life.
No, it was really funny.
Nice.
I just had a really random dream where I got married and Jonah was the officiant. And I woke up going, that would actually be brilliant.
That would be very fun.
It would definitely not be a normal ass boring wedding.
Precisely. There we go.
It would also not be a Christian wedding.
Well, it wouldn't be anyway with me. There he is.
Yay! Aww.
So
a pumpkin face.
I look so
I love that the thing, the corners look like ears.
That's why I did the little face, because I was like, it looks like ears, but it reminded me of is it Ghoul or Ghost? Whatever it is, it's a thingy. No, that is not it.
Isn't there a Pokemon that pretends to be like Pikachu? I don't know the English name. Mimikyu?
Yes, maybe. I don't
Mimikyu?
think it was Final Fantasy VII then. It might have been the Pikachu. Not the Pikachu.
The Mimikyu is the English name, I believe. I only know German Pokemon names. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, there is one, isn't there? And it's like a little.
Yeah, it's like super shy and it just wants to be loved, so it shows itself like these cosplays of other Pokemon to be loved.
Yeah, but this one, whatever that one's called. You guys can't see my screen, so I don't really know why I'm saying that.
I think it's Mimikyu. I think that is the name. But
I probably just got my fandoms mixed up.
Yeah.
This one. Can you see my little mouse moving?
Yeah, I believe that is called a Mimikyu, but
Cute.
Yeah. So it was that I was thinking. Why did I think Final Fantasy VII then?
I don't know.
Apart from the fact that I'm dumb. Which we all kind of know anyway, so whatever.
That was me.
It was either you or me. But anyway, morning. Yeah. Becca. Brittany got manga left. I need to finish Fruits Basket and Monster. That should be quite easy to do then. Smash that out pretty quick. Morning, Ella. How are you? This is so croaky and gravelly.
Can you finish at least one path? Can you shoehorn books into the prompts?
That's what I've been doing.
Same.
That's what I'm doing right now.
See?
Oh.
If we're doing it, you can do it. I believe in you.
Nobody fails at Adventurerathon.
No.
It's just a journey. It just means that your character will be sent out into the world and they just might lack a little bit of knowledge. That's all. So, they might be an assassin who doesn't actually know how to assassinate people, but that's fine. They can learn as they go.
That's adorable.
And I love how I immediately refer to something that's not even part of this round.
I just wanted to say that was last round. I believe what you mean is a necromancer that has not yet successfully raised anyone from the dead.
Or a bard that's like, how do I play this guitar?
Yeah. It's like, I am classically trained on a clarinet, but they didn't have that at the guild hall, so now I'm kind of lost.
That's cute.
Yeah, that wasn't one of the starter instruments given to me. I can't play it.
My mother has taught me the flute, and now they want me to play the lute.
Where's the fur? Where's the fur?
Blacksmithing would be like, I only learned how to do, I'm not blacksmithing, I'm just greensmithing.
Just out in the garden.
Yeah.
Not reading today, given up. I've been in a big slump. Oh.
Yeah.
But I'm participating in a weekend-long zine challenge with some friends, so I'll be drawing. Nice. Well, maybe instead of reading a book that matches the prompt, draw to the prompt and then say that's your character.
That's
Could
awesome.
Unless you already have something in mind that you're drawing.
And share it with the class.
Yes.
You want to see? We're excited. If you want. That was the Mimikyu thing, I believe. Yes. Hello.
Hello, and welcome.
Yeah.
It's too far in for me to know, because the only reason I knew of it was because of Pokemon Go. Literally, Pokemon Go was my introduction to Gen 2 onwards, because I was very much I was born in 1991. Pokemon released in 1998. We were the target group, or I think it was 1999 that it hit over here. So, and Gen 1 went on for about 4 years or something. And so obviously for me, Gen 1, that was my childhood. And when they released Gen 2, partly I was kind of like Gen 1's perfect, we don't need any more. And partly I was already moved on to sort of more grown up anime by that point. I was on Dragon Ball Z and Gundam Wing, so I kind of stopped with the Pokemon. And I think I never owned the games because we couldn't afford Game Boys and things like that. So my Pokemon experience was the cards and the TV show. So I just gave up.
I joined with Gen 3 and was thrown in such a hole that I retroactively got all the editions for the old Game Boy. And then I just kept on going until it hit the Switch, because that's when the game started deteriorating. So I love the story of Mimikyu, but the stats are
Yeah.
But yeah, the story of a Mimikyu is super cute, because it's this tiny little ghost shadowy thing. It's not actually the thing you see, it's just a tiny little ghosty ball of shadows, and it is very, very shy, but it so desperately wants to have friends, and it's watching all these children have fun with a Pikachu, so it collected some trash and built itself a Pikachu cosplay and put it on, and that's what you see as the Pokemon.
It's so
because
cute.
It just wants to be cuddled and loved, but it looks kind of creepy when it built up. So now kids are like,
Oh,
it sounds like everything I want.
It's a ghost Pokemon. The ghost Pokemon have the best backstories.
Yeah.
But they're also creepy and horrific at the same time.
I'm a big, big fan of the sentient tree trunk that can only happen when a child gets lured into the forest and dies on a tree trunk, and then the soul inhabits the tree trunk and it just becomes a Pokemon. This game is for children.
And on that weird and wonderful note, we've got a weird and wonderful book being read. Reading Bunny by Mona Awad.
I still need to read that.
Same.
I have no interest in it. I just, from what I've heard of people and what people have said, I'm just like, I know it's not going to be my kind of book. So, and I feel like it's been written deliberately confusing and weird just to be confusing and weird. And I'm like, no, not really my thing. Like, I don't like books that deliberately try to be pretentious, or from what I've heard people say, that's how that comes across. And I'm like, could read a script for Minstrel because I only have performance arts, but I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, feel that. That would be funny, at least.
That would work.
That's cool.
Hey, Meredith.
Hello.
Will you be reading with us, or are you just sort of coming in to say hi? No, why would they do that? What
That's
book
nice.
was it?
Because they're rude as fuck.
Ooh, nice.
Love Witchy.
Oh, I wish you all the luck. New language
I
unlocked.
will look at the pretty pictures.
Yes.
Yes. Morning, Tracy. Wait, no.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
I don't know where everybody is anymore.
Time zone. Hello, time zone.
Happy day.
Yes.
Happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Happy day works.
Happy pre-October.
Oh yeah, the footnote, this is me on one coffee. So right now I'm a bit...
Why are you happy and smiley? You're normally like, we're normally in bitch mode at this point. Was it a good nap though?
Evil laughter.
Hello, Erin.
Hello.
Currently on hold for Bunny, so I haven't read it yet, but All's Well is one of my favourite chronic pain reps, so I trust my... That's fair.
Interesting.
Maybe I've just heard the wrong sort of reviews of it.
Yeah, I heard it's either really, really good and weird, like for the people who are into that stuff, and for other people it's like...
Like, what?
I'm like,
what?
Okay.
Draw and listen to Ruby Dixon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My brain, you can tell my brain's off because I was like, Ruby Dixon. Well, Ruby Dixon, that's a pretty apt name for what she writes.
So true.
Erin's entered the chat and my brain's gone filthy. Erin and Meredith are here and my brain's just gone. I mean, it's my brain, but I'm still going to play Me Too anyway. Having a break for a bit. Breaks are good. I love Bunny. Still waiting for my pre-order of Rogue to arrive. I get so bored and sad if I only read unchallenging books. I don't mind a book that's challenging. I just don't really like books if they don't have if they are difficult to follow and sort of really understand what's going on. It's like with TV shows. There's been a couple, like my uncle was watching one not long ago, and it was like on a ship that had weird and wonderful stuff going on, and it was kind of like had parallels to the Titanic and stuff. And he was enjoying it, and I was just getting really frustrated and angry because I was like, I cannot work out what the hell's going on in any way, shape, or form. And it was frustrating me. And then when the ending arrived and they revealed everything, I was just like, this is horseshit. Like, I just felt that the ending didn't pay off. And I've had a couple of books where I've read and it's been a bit like that, where I'm like, okay, I'm not really sure what's going on here, but I'm sure by the end, everything will come together and I will get what's happened. And then I've gotten to the end and I've been like, what?
Was the show 1899 on Netflix? That also ends like that because they never got greenlit for a second season.
Yeah. I just got to the end of it and I was like, huh? This this is crap.
Yeah, I
All
wanted
of
to
that
watch.
for nothing.
I wanted to watch it because one of the few German actors I can tolerate is in that show, and I was like, yay! And then my mother watched it and is like, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't work out, and it ends in a weird way. And I'm like,
and then it got cancelled, so we'll never
shit.
figure it out.
So now I'm not even bothering because they don't need the views apparently. So
yeah, like I don't always need things to be simple, but it's kind of like I save my complexity for things like my fantasy books. When I'm reading anything that's not fantasy, I like it to just be nice and simple and straightforward. I am a pretty simple, basic brain. I don't, and it's like I have my brain is super complicated anyway with like my ADHD and that. So when it comes to reading, I like things that I can just lose myself in. And if I'm spending half the book getting really frustrated or trying to work stuff out and giving myself a headache while reading the book, then I'm like, why am I reading this?
yeah.
Evening, that was it. Yeah. I said every other time of day, but otherwise I could live. Yeah. Ah. It's a pen name.
True,
Did not
true.
know that. Always get FOMO about Bunny, but I'm not sure it's my thing. Right now, unless you try.
Yeah.
I am so immune to book FOMO. Like, it's nice that y'all are having a great time, but because you're hyping it, I'm going to get to it in like 2 to 3 business years anyway. So whatever. I mean, as long as you're having fun.
I was wondering if that was me.
I thought that was me, but
it's all of us.
Bye, Jonah. He'll come back, and he's back.
There we go.
Hi.
You were just stuck like.
Yes. I mean, it's a brand. That's usually what I do. So. There are some very interesting screenshots of me from our D&D Skype calls when my internet gave out. I am a walking meme. What can I say?
Nice.
Books, I'm kind of like you. I'll get to them when I get to them. Anime and stuff, though, there's been a few where, like My Hero, for example, I held off on that for about 2 years because I saw this thing come over. I saw how huge it was getting and how popular it was. And I was like, I got sucked into Attack on Titan because of that and was bitterly disappointed. So I'm going to hold off. And then when I finally did start watching it, I was like, why did I wait so long?
Same.
Myself. So like now it's like Jujutsu Kaisen is a pretty huge one that's coming. A lot of people are raving about, and I have started watching it pretty much with everyone. And I am having such a good time with it. It is so good. And I'm like, okay. But yeah, books, I remember I downloaded Akatar when the hype first started. I was like, well, I've quite liked Sarah J. Maas so far. And now I'm like, well, I'm probably never going to read it because I just don't have any interest. But it's almost like it's so popular and so huge. It almost feels like you have to read it and that people aren't even going to give you time of day. Certainly on like TikTok and things, it's like, you know, people won't even acknowledge or give you time of day if you don't, if you haven't read it. And there's a real toxicity. Bye, Jonah. And there's like a super toxic relationship with that series, and I'm like, so I've now taken it back off.
That is true. Don't read it though. Like it's shitty that people do that. That are like, oh, you haven't read it? Ew. It's like, no.
Like, have you read every book ever? Fuck you. I
Right.
really want to start a book on my October TBR, but I don't know if the readathon I'm doing has a rule about carrying books over. They won't know. Just don't say that that's what you did.
Yeah, I have all of my books right here. There's many. Like they don't even fit in a little card.
Is that just your October?
And I was looking at them today and I was like, I could read some of them. Yeah.
I mean, I can fit my physical books in one hand for October there. It's been a while since I've been able to do that.
See, that's one of my goals for 2024.
But my
I want to
ebooks.
not make big TBRs.
You're in timeouts,
true.
Jonah. I'm not putting you back in. But my ebooks, I have like double the amount of ebooks than I do physical for next month. But I have decided, because I've hit my Goodreads goal for the year. I set it for 75 and I'm now on 77. So I'm like, that's awesome. And I'm really glad. But I will say, if it wasn't for manga, I would only be on like 32 and I would be having an existential crisis right now because of it. So I'm thinking next year of kind of separating my TBR into two. Not my TBR, my like core pile. I'm going to do two. I'm going to do one that's a manga and graphic novel and one that's a novel one. And actually like sort of, and I think I'm going to make it that I'm going to do two separate Goodreads goal targets. So like on Goodreads, I'm only going to track my novels. Because even though I was only saying last live that, you know, I want, like, it doesn't matter whether a book is 13 pages or 3,000 pages, it's a book. I do still, in my brain, I count graphic novels and manga as a separate thing. So I'm like, yeah, next year, I think I'm just going to do like novels, novellas and short stories in one, and then probably like use Storygraph for manga or something. I don't know yet which way around I'm going to do it.
Yeah. For me, it's similar. Like comics, graphic novels, and manga is like, that is its own category. It's still reading. Like if you ask me, is this reading? Yes, it is. It's all reading, but it's a different kind of reading because I experience the story differently. Audiobooks, I count them separate as well. They are still reading because I experience the story, but I do it in a different way than when sitting down with a book and just looking at words on a page.
Yeah.
So that's why I track it differently. So I know, okay, I listened to so many books, I read so many books, I read so many mangas. Like I even separated out between mangas and comics because one is in black and white and the other one is usually in color. Like, but that's just my brain needing to break down things. It's still all reading.
Yeah.
No, I love confusing books. I think I'm in the minority with like not liking confusing books.
It depends. Like,
but I think it's why I don't really like dark academia, because I feel like a lot of it, like I'm not really a Shakespearean study. I'm not really like a classics linguistics person. So when I read a lot of dark academia that's based all around that, I don't enjoy it because I think it's not a subject area that I really associate with. Like, I'm science. I did ecology, biology, working with DNA and proteins, bless you, and all of that stuff. So I'm like, classics and linguistics just goes.
I have such an unpopular opinion about dark academia books. I like it when they are going for the aesthetic. I hate it when they are actually making me feel like I'm going to university.
That's basically how I feel about a lot of dark academia. I'm like, I love the aesthetic of this and the feeling and the mood, but the actual topic of the book is giving my brain ache and it's making me feel dumb. And I don't like it when a book makes me feel stupid. I'm like, because it's like, I'm not a stupid person. I'm not dumb, but these books are making me feel like I am dumb and that I am stupid and that I am uncultured and uneducated. No, thank you. It's not all of them, but so far, pretty much I've tried like 3 dark academia books and all 3 made me feel that way. And I was just like, no.
Yeah, no. Yep. The confusing books part is like, I'm fine if a book confuses me, if the payoff is worth it and the confusion is like on purpose so that by the end everything makes sense. Yeah, like when by the end everything makes sense, I'm good with the confusion. But if you're just confusing me because you want me confused, then you can fuck right off. Like, no.
Yeah, that's where my main issue is. Maybe I didn't explain that properly earlier, but that's basically what I was trying to say earlier.
You're welcome for translating.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, there's a reason why I'm reading Monster Smut next month. It's because all of you lot. Like, I need to know what the hell this is all about.
Listen, if
It
you
is so
even
good. Watch
remotely if you remotely think it's I can read this, I will drown you in Cleo Evans.
I mean, I think I actually own the first book now. I'm sure I bought it. I bought a little slice of hell. I'm sure I did.
That was for stuff you Kindle out, yeah.
Yeah, so I did get it. I did too. Satoru Gojo in that is kind of like Present Mike meets Aizawa. Like in that he's their mentor and teacher, but he's like really unserious and just relaxed and chilled about everything.
Okay.
But he is, when he does get serious.
Interesting.
Beautiful man. 25 books on my TBR for October, but I'm going to try and do 31 books in 31. Good luck to that.
Okay.
I've just done 30 manga in 30 days, and even that was difficult.
Yeah.
Like, good luck. 1000%.
You can.
Yeah, I've never really been bothered about how many pages I read. I go for how many like individual items have I read. Pages doesn't really. I don't know why. It's weird. Like I set myself like an hours listened goal, and I set myself like individual. Yeah, pages. I'm just like,
I set myself a pages goal simply because I could. But I didn't went haywire with it. I'm like, okay, I want to read 52 books. So let's say, I don't know, 10 pages a day.
Hey, nice. I think I would be massively undermined if I did that. Because obviously manga are a lot shorter than a novel. Yeah, if a book took down to me, but more like if it repeats things because the author thinks I can't follow subtext or something. Yeah. There's a few. I think that's why I've kind of gone off a lot of YA, because a lot of YA does that. And there seems to be like a thing recently where YA is getting more and more like that, and I don't really understand why.
Which is fascinating, because in my opinion, like I have read so many YA novels at this point that are holding my hand when there are middle grades who are like leaving the mystery up to you, and I'm like, this is what I want in my YA. Whenever I touch one, why is one holding me by the hand and the other one doesn't? Like,
It's weird.
I'll be 2 seconds. My uncle's going to the shop, and I want to give him my shopping list, so I'll be 2 seconds. So you guys chat that.
Yes, we role play amongst ourselves.
I'm sorry, I'm not chatting. I'm just like going through all of my things and just writing stuff down.
What you doing? What you going through?
Well, I was going through like my reading journal and trying to make manga fit all of the prompts, and then now I'm gonna set out my October.
Nice.
I was getting these washi tapes ready.
Ooh, yes.
For the October spread.
Yes. Nice.
And gotta figure out what I want to do. And for my Gothtober, Max drew this for me.
Mothman!
So it's got like the Mothman head. I think it was bat wings, a werewolf claw, a hook, like bird feet, something on the head. I don't know, all the prompts for Gothtober. And I was like, I want to put this in the journal, but I don't want it to take up too many pages. But I'm like, it is one page. Like I can't fit all the prompts in that little space. But I don't want to take up too much space.
Maybe you could make the prompts like a 2-page banner up top, and then you have like one corner free for something else.
Yeah, I think I do need to do that.
You are a bag. Oh, I forgot I'd unmuted.
Yeah.
My uncle was like, I need a bag. And I was like, you are a bag.
I can't say that is true or not. I have too little information to go off.
It's true.
Okay.
Nice. I realise I've not really got any food in for like dinner and stuff. I have got food in. It's just I need to cook it, and I can tell the way I am today. There is no way I'm going to be up for cooking.
Yeah.
So he's going to pick me up some like cereals and things that I can just have instead. Wait, yeah. I'm glad that people agree with me with the YA thing. What was that one?
That just sounds so dark academia for something that is just children. Yeah, I think there's a sweet spot between confusing and spoon feeding. Like I don't want to be held by the hand throughout the whole fucking book, but I also don't want it to be confusing just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Like there's a sweet spot in there somewhere, and it depends on the genre. It depends so much on the genre. Yes.
I can't show you my washi tapes. I've got like a 3-tier trolley, you know, like you guys put your book. Like Ren's got with their books in at the minute. Ooh.
I just have this tiny plastic drawer right here.
Well, you know, people have like TBR carts. My cart top bit is full of all my like I've got mine is washi tapes, stickers, and watercolors. So I've literally filled it with washi tape, so I can't really just lift it and show you guys. But I can do things like I can say I've got my Tombos in my Tombow collection.
I got my ballpoint pen.
Nice. These are all just my black markers.
That's my Tombos.
Oh, wait. I've got some white. I've got a couple of white Poscas for highlights.
Wait, we're doing Tombos? Okay. Look at my tiny, pathetic collection of Tombos.
I mean, these are like these aren't all of them. I've got about another 20 or 30 lying around as well. I've got almost, I think I'm only missing about 9 or I need to say flavors. I'm only missing about 20 that I'm missing now, and there's like 170 in the collection. But I have been collecting these and buying these for 5 years now, on and off. Like I just every few months I'll order about 10. So what is that I keep hitting? Oh, okay. But yeah, but it's like I've also got my art supplies as well and everything. But I recorded a video. I saw a TikTok the other day, and I was like, oh, that'll make a really cool like longer video. And it was someone who was like, these are the bookish accessories and items that I think are worth your money versus a waste of time. So it was things like, you know, wooden and metal bookmarks and book cases and Kindles, things like that. And I did a video on that. And then I was like, oh, maybe I could do like a journal supplies one. Like these are things that I've bought that I feel are worth your money versus things that I feel aren't necessarily. And I'm a little bit controversial because I actually put Tombos in the aren't really worth it. I feel they are way more hyped than they should be, and
they
aren't certain things.
Yeah, but they are so expensive.
For what they are so expensive.
Yeah. Way too expensive.
Getting cheaper because they perform just as well as cheaper brands, and I don't like how streaky they are because they're water based.
Yeah.
Especially since I've moved to alcohol markers with like my art, and I realized how awful these things are, and they're not good at layering and. Yeah, I don't feel they are worth it.
I think that video would be great because a lot like if you are like every month I have like 2 or 3 days where I just take a deep dive into journaling on YouTube. And it's like you have all these super high priced gadgets, and no one is like taking, like, here and there you get like the throwaway sentence of, oh, you don't need these things, but you never get alternatives. You never get alternatives. Like, hey, I use Tombow. Of course you don't have to use the Tombows. I know they are a bit expensive.
So here's an
then give me another brush pen stuff. Like,
But then there's like other ones where I'm like, these are worth investing the money in. Like for me, I use the Sakura Pigma markers for my line art, and I swear by them because once they're on your page, they are bleed proof, they're waterproof, they don't rub out with alcohol. So it's sort of like they are absolute essential, and they are worth the money that you invest in them. And they last forever, and they're really high quality. Plus I got the special edition black and gold ones, which are just so pretty.
I'm a sucker for a good black and gold, man.
It's like normally they just kind of look like this, which is still nice, but with the black and gold, just
the mental health gray greenish. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Max got mentioned.
Yeah, apparently Max made a sketch for what was it, Inktober for Ren's
Gothtober.
Oh god.
Yeah, Max made a drawing.
I mean, Max is incredible, so I imagine it looks good.
Yeah.
That was just his shitty 2-second sketch where he was like, I'm bored, let me do something. So then
even Max's shitty 2-second stuff
Ren
is always good. Can you tape it so it flips out?
Yeah, like a Dutch door.
Oh,
make it a Dutch door.
So I'm also going to do a video for journaling on spreads that I feel, again, sort of spreads and journal like layouts that are kind of like ones that I feel are, well, certainly for me, are essential, needed, and ones that I've used and I've realized they're actually not worth the time and effort that it takes, and layouts that are actually functional and really good versus layouts that they're pretty but they're not actually that functional. Because I know that used to throw me off as well when I first started bullet journaling. I just wanted to do all the different types of spreads, and then over the years I've realized that a lot of them aren't actually that great for what I want to use. So now I've got like my very set layout that I do every month.
Same.
Right, shall we do a sprintsies?
Yes,
we shall.
Because I was like, we're doing really, really well to begin with. No, it's an hour later, and I'm like, oh shit, not quite an hour.
I mean, we are consistent though. We usually do like 45 to 50 minutes of talking before anyone is like thinking, hey, we wanted to make sprints. Instead we're just having a podcast.
Chop chop, chopper. Hey,
what's up,
baby boy?
He can't hear you, but his tail is actually wagging a lot, and it's very funny.
He can't hear us. Wow, I'm dumb. I even knew that.
It's a puppy on screen.
This means, oh gosh, hello.
Puppy.
Yes.
Puppy.
Hi,
right,
puppy.
now he's going under the desk, so you can't see him.
Wear your panties, puppy.
He's been doing so well that during the day I've been taking them off.
Nice.
But they
they're called Dundies.
The
Dundies. It wasn't him wearing them that had me cracking up. It was your reaction to what they were. That was what was cracking me up.
So funny.
For me, it was the face Chopper was pulling. Like the seriously.
Because, like, I mean, these are not comfortable. No. This has to be so tight around him to stay on.
Yeah.
So, like, it in his genitalia, it gets
his nether regions get a bit.
Can't be comfortable at all. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I have to do this.
Yeah.
But they're very cute.
Yeah, I don't have the best of with my line art. I'm not the best, but I have realized that I prefer. I've been watching a lot of videos and I've noticed that a lot of sort of pro artists, they don't do sort of steady single bold lines. When you look, it's actually like lots of little lines that they do, and it kind of has a sort of slightly more rough finish to it. And since I've switched to that kind of, I don't have any examples here, but it's like since I've switched to doing my lines a bit differently, and rather than trying to do single lines with everything, I now outline a bit differently, and it actually looks a lot cleaner now. So, but I did I just typed in on YouTube because I had the same problem. Like my work would look great, and then I'd add lines to it, and it would look shit. So I went onto YouTube and I was like, how to improve my line art. And I watched a few videos and it did make a massive difference.
Chopper is a cutie. Yes. We all are.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about myself.
Yeah, I know. Shut up.
Yeah,
Take
exactly.
Period.
I would say my cat's cute, but she's currently licking her ass, so I wouldn't say that's cute.
Don't kink shame.
I'm not going to sexualize my cat. Oh, no, way over there. I thought she's so loud when she cleans herself. I thought she was like right down behind me on the chair. She's not. She's over on the couch.
Maybe it's also, I don't know, like isn't there like this one architectural feature that if certain things happen in certain corners that the sound just travels?
It's also my cat. It's a noisy bugger.
Yeah.
And she's stolen yet another one of my blankets.
As is her right as a cat.
Yeah, it's my Totoro one. So when I put it on, it's my little Totoro hoodie blanket thing.
Cute.
Ah, that makes sense. Whatever works for you at the end of the day. Right. Okay. So as you can see, I've set it for an hour. So
that's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. My head seems to be kind of settling down a bit, so I'm gonna try and get some reading done. And for those that arrived in a bit later, so I'm reading Bloodmarked, or gonna try because I'm halfway through, so I'm gonna try and finish it today. Jonah's trying to do the insane thing of get through 5 books today. And Ren has A Man and His Cat.
Mind you, 5 books I haven't touched yet.
Yeah, start and finish 5 books.
Yeah.
So he's going to need all the time that he can get. All right, 1 hour starts now. Enjoy, and don't forget to hydrate or eat if you need to.
Yes, I'm going to get another coffee. Chirp, chirp.
Hello. I was just
Hello.
writing something.
Perfect.
I read 7. Wait, I worked it out. Where's my writing? 73 pages. I read this much.
Yay!
Oh, that's so good.
Nice. Yeah, I finished my first book with a whopping 40 pages.
Nice. That's one down, 4 to go.
Yes, it was very strange. I don't know if I like it, but I'm a huge fan of President T. Rexley, who is an actual T-Rex and President of the United States of America in this book.
What book was it?
It's called Taming the Minotaur, and yes, it is just as cheesy and smutty as you think it is.
That sounds really familiar.
It is.
There's one that I picked up on Stuff Your Kindle where it's like called like Smash and Grab or something like that, and it's a T-Rex shifter.
I have that.
Oh my god!
This just looks so weird. I've kind of got to do it.
How did I not see that?
I was like, it just needs to be
Gay too.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I was like, and then I saw it was gay, and I was like, oh, fine.
Yes, so I think Taming the Minotaur can be classified as a retelling of the Theseus and the Minotaur, because that was basically the story, but make it kinky. Yeah. It was 40 pages of experience. That's all I can say about it.
The rating you're going to give?
A solid 3 stars. I was entertained enough to not be disappointed, but it's also nothing that will rock the literary world.
It's pretty good though.
Yeah. 40 minutes well spent.
Sure. I ate dinner, fed Chopper, did the title page for my October reading journal, and read this much of A Man and His Cat. I'm sad.
Yay.
I had breakfast
too. But this was the title page. I don't know how I feel about it. I was just kind of experimenting with things, and that's what it ended up with.
Where's the moth chicken?
I haven't got to that page yet. But I will do the Dutch door thing like Erin suggested.
I liked it when I did my Gothtober monster, and I was like, well, I have a phobia of moths, so clearly I'm not picking that.
I also have that phobia, but I was like, I love Mothman though. I don't know.
I like
why.
moths.
Free.
I like bugs.
I appreciate bugs. I don't like them.
I'm the designated bug person in my friend group, because most people in my friend group just jump up, scream, and run. And I'm just like, yeah, just stand behind me, and I already have my cup or whatever and a piece of paper, and I'm just like, and then I rehome them.
Nice. So how was Blood Marked?
Oh, it's really good, but it's so dense with lore and stuff that coming back into it after a month and a half, I was like, no. It was the very first Adventurerathon sprints in June, so nearly 4 months ago since I last read any. So I was like, right, okay, what are we on? And it literally the chapter started with them talking about Jonah's deception. And I was like, this is trippy, looking at Jonah. And I was like,
wow.
But yeah, I was like, who the fuck?
What have you been doing, Jonah?
I was literally like, who's Jonah? And then there's another character that they're like, reunion. And I'm like, I don't remember who this person is. Like, she's been a little bit part in the first book and I can't remember. And I'm like, so I had to very quickly go back and be like, who is this person? But no, it's good. I've got like, it's kind of doing a thing that I don't really want, because I think I've mentioned with the first book, there is a bit of a love triangle situation going on. And it's kind of evolving more in this. And then they've just thrown a bit of a twist into one part of it as to like, oh, well, it might not actually be because of this. It might be this. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Because that just cheapens it and that ruins that relationship. And that's the one that I'm vouching for. Because the other relationship, I've just never really felt, I feel like she suits this person way more than this person. And then they're trying to like screw with that. And I'm like, please don't do this to me. Like, no. Like, I get it, but no. I like angst in a relationship, but there comes a point where it's like, enough. Brittany forgot to count pages, but read, oh my God. But read over a third of Fruits Basket Collectors Volume 3, nearly done. Awesome. She also went with Headless. I think I went with the Bog Monster, like the Black Lagoon creature.
Yeah, I saw that. Max went with Headless. Yeah, because so that's the one that Max drew for me, and then on the other side was the one that he drew for himself. So
no, Max. Yeah, Max, who doesn't actually exist. Is Max even here? Where be Max?
No, and I didn't even see Max on Thursday because I was stressing about Chopper, so it feels so weird. I haven't seen him in so long.
Give him a gentle nudge. I know that feeling. Ren and Jonah know, but I won't go into the full details because it takes about 10 minutes to go through everything. But basically, this week's been a bit rough for me. I had one night where I had 4.5 hours sleep, went to work on 4.5 hours sleep, and there was a whole lot of stuff like people not turning up to shifts until 4 hours in kind of thing and being behind. So there was all the stress of that. And then I slept for 14 hours. And then I spent all day yesterday in that really groggy, funky, half-conscious, head exploding with pain. And then last night it cleared up a tiny bit and then it popped again at like 3 o'clock this morning. So I spent sort of between 3 and 5 trying to get my head back under control to then try and get enough sleep for these sprints. And it's like the first sprint and the first bit, I felt absolutely fine. Now, like as we came back, I was like, I need to take some painkillers because I can feel my head starting to go a bit tender. And then in the next sprint, I'm going to grab my Red Bull and see if that's going to help. But it's like I tried to not take my migraine tablets for a week and I managed to get to 5 days. And then I had to give in last night and take them.
Which is completely fine.
It is, but it's like with triptan medications in particular, they're very much, doctors really do not like it when you take them more than sort of 3-4 times a month. And at the minute, so since that big one at the start of this month, you know, where you two had to take over the sprints and everything, since there, I have gone through about 6 months worth in a month. And I've been taking them literally, I think there's only been about 7 days this entire month that I've not taken one.
Ugh.
But the problem is, the more you take them, the more likely you are to re-trigger a migraine. So it's really difficult because if I don't take them, I end up with horrific, like wanting to die migraines. And if I do take them, I end up with more recurring migraines and can't get back out of them. And it's just, it's a vicious cycle.
It's so awful.
Is it?
Ugh,
Oh, yeah,
no.
because you guys daylight savings just before us. I think Australia clocks change.
Wait, are my clocks changing?
Yeah.
I have another month.
Yeah, daylight savings for us is the 29th of October.
Yep.
But Australia, usually it's like 2-3 weeks before us they go. And then America goes sort of like the week after.
Yeah.
So it's always like really horrible for like a 3-4 week period where everything's just completely out of sync.
Yep.
Oh yeah, so mine do change.
Tomorrow.
It just says like the 1st to the 7th of October, and I was like, what?
What? You take 7 days to change your clocks by an hour?
No idea.
What are you doing? It 2 minutes at a time?
Oh yeah, so okay, somewhere else it says just the 1st.
Yeah, it's
am I
1st
going
of October
backward
to
or
the
forwards?
7th of April. That's what the 1st to the 7th is.
Wait, am I going forward?
Yeah, you're going forward.
Yeah, I'm going forward.
We go back. So by the time we go back at the end of October, it'll be 10.5 hours. But because you're going forward now and we're staying the same, it means that you'll be 9 hours ahead.
Oh, time is so weird.
I know.
Time is a social construct. It is relative. And I don't like it.
I don't really see the point in daylight savings anymore. It's more the fact that, like, for daylight savings, I don't know, Germany I think, gets it slightly later than the UK, but it's sort of like midwinter, it gets dark. By 3:45 in the afternoon, it starts going dark. And by sort of 4:30 in the afternoon, it's pitch black.
The thing is, daylight savings, I'm an advocate for just yeeting that concept because it is based in the Second World War to like keep motivation for the factory workers up. And I'm like, fuck off. We don't need that shit anymore. Like, there is literally no reason to keep daylight savings. Science says it's stupid for the human body. The societal reason for it is not given anymore. Just yeet it into the sun where it belongs. No one needs that shit.
That'd be good. Yes, Jonah?
No. I do Spookaplathon. That is what I do.
Whereas I've never done any of
Becca's.
I did go through, I think, 2 years ago, I think. I did it. And I was like, yeah, that's nice. And then, but back then I wasn't like totally into TBR games and stuff like that, so I'm not doing it. But I guess I could go through, I could like just make a brain dump monster child.
It's fun.
Just come up with something.
Like the best thing about Gothtober is the way that they choose the prompts all the time. It's so
yeah,
fun.
I did it when the game was like an escape route thing, and you were like, are you escaping to a haunted house? Yeah.
Last year it was the final girl.
Yeah, no, I didn't do that because I didn't like the concept.
I don't think I did that one.
Yeah, because you had like a house, a campsite, or I can't remember what the third one was last year. But I went down the campsite route. More people talking about, yeah. I mean, at least for us, with it being the clock's going back, we get an extra hour in bed, so that's nice. It was always fun, like when we at uni, we always used to go clubbing on daylight savings night, because it'd be like the club would normally shut at 3 a.m. and it would be like 2 a.m. That was it, 'cause that's what time it changes over, is at 2 a.m. And we'd all be stood there like waiting, and we'd be counting down, and it'd be like bloody New Year's Eve. We'd be counting down to 2 a.m. and then it would go to 2, but it would click back to 1, and we'd all be like, woo, another hour of drinking.
Yeah, I think for us it's at 3 a.m. back to 2 a.m. or 4 to 3.
It might have been 3 then. Yeah, it was 3. So it would like click 3 and then go, but instead of going 3, it would go to 2 again, and then we'd all just be like, woo, another round of drinks.
Yep.
And then be like, oh fuck, we've now got to go to lectures. But the following morning just wishing you were dead.
Everything has a price.
Yeah, because I know it gets darker for us earlier, because like Australia, even when it's like the middle of winter, it's still sort of about 5-6 o'clock before it goes dark.
Yeah, the problem is it's not just like,
whereas
getting
here
dark.
It's like 4.
Yeah, like for us it's like midnight black at 5. Problem being the sun doesn't come up until 10 a.m. so you have like 2.5 seconds of sunlight, and I'm like, vitamin D.
Yeah, same. But it's like when I was in Iceland, it was, the sun came up at, like, it got fully light at about 10:30, 11 in the morning, and by 2 in the afternoon it had started to go down, so we had 3 hours of full daylight. It was insane. But
my favorite round of daylight savings was when I had classes in the early morning at university, and it was my longest day too. Like, I had a break that was my longest day. I didn't have a break. It was my earliest class and my latest class, and both of the earliest and the latest were mandatory. Like, everything in between I could kind of skip, but the first and the last one I had to be there. So I left like at 5 a.m. I left my home to go to uni, and I didn't come back until like 9 or 10ish in the evening. So I left my cozy bed in the middle of darkness, and I came back in the middle of darkness, and everything was like in this one building, and like in the center building where there is no light. I literally had a class in a cellar, because of course we teach archaeology in this fucking cellar. So there was literally no light that winter. Like one day a week, it was just darkness. My life was just darkness.
My ex used to work in a warehouse. My ex used to work in a warehouse with no windows or anything like that. And it was literally, he would leave at 6 in the morning when it was pitch black, return home at 5 in the evening when it was pitch black, and spent all day, every day. And it was like Monday to Friday, every single day in this warehouse. Like, his depression was so bad during winter. It was unreal.
Same.
Like, he used to go for a run, even if it was like snowing, he would go for an hour run at lunch just to get out of into the daylight as much as he could. And I was like, no, screw that.
Yeah, I feel it. Seasonal depression.
But then we have the flip side that I know, because I was watching a TikTok with someone from, I think I've mentioned her before, she's from Brisbane or somewhere like that, and she's moved to the UK. And she was saying that, like, you know, backing us up about the heat. But also she was like, guys, I'm not even kidding. In Australia, it doesn't matter. Like, in midwinter, it stays light till sort of 5-6 o'clock in the evening. And then in midsummer, like, it sort of stays about the same, where it goes dark. Even in the middle of summer, it goes dark about 8-9 o'clock. And she was like, yeah, here in the UK, yes, it gets dark in winter at like 4 p.m, but in the summer, it's gone 10 p.m. before it even starts to go, the sun even starts to go down. And I was like, yeah, but I kind of wish we had it more like Australia, where it's a little bit more consistent. And it's like, winter it goes dark about 6, summer goes dark about 8, 9. That seems a bit more consistent and ideal.
Everyone just wants to be in Australia.
I mean, I don't, but...
Oh, no, neither do I.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you go nice and north in Finland, you have this wonderful effect of the polar line where you just don't have light for like months at a time, and then the other half of the year you are blessed with the midnight sun.
Not really a blessing though, because like people trying to
blessed.
24 hours of daylight is just as bad as 24 hours of darkness.
Well, but you can deal with 24 hours of daylight. Like, you just get yourself some blackout curtains and be done with it. But if you literally have no sunlight,
it's a proven fact though that even in those communities, even if you've got pitch black and it is dark, your brain knows that the sun is up, and your brain still struggles.
Yeah, I couldn't live
there.
Yeah,
we have a fall and winter depression too. The name, we call it SAD. It's literally SAD, seasonal affective disorder, but it's sad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's pretty on point.
What was it? The French acronym for ADHD, if you speak it out loud, is just ta-da.
Ta-da. It's amazing. So when you have an ADHD moment,
I don't know what it stands for. I just know it's ta-da. I think it's TDAA. Ta-da. I mean, that's very much what your thoughts do. Ta-da! I'm here. Now I'm
going. Here's the most random shit.
And someone on TikTok was like, if you rename ADHD to what it actually is. Again, I don't remember what the acronym was, but it's like just fucking Dave. It's just Dave. And then of course the sound was cute. God fucking damn it, Dave.
God. Fucking damn it, Dave.
There goes my last shit.
I also want to do some of this, but I think they ran out of printer ink because I've bought a copy of the novel planning book ready for Preptober, but it's like that one's like really super bright and clear, and then this one's like really wishy-washy and can barely read it, but the contents are the same, so it doesn't matter. But I'm quite excited now. I can't wait to... As soon as this book is finished, I'm going to be starting to plan my book for Nano.
I'm actively stopping myself from continuing to prep the stuff I want to do in Preptober.
Yeah, how many books have you now planned for that series? Wasn't it like 12 you said the other day?
No. So listen. With the original couple, I have 8 couples planned, but I need at least a 9th one because I want to have the boss, the boss of the Cupid organization thing. He needs to fall in love. I just haven't figured out who his partner is because I want to connect everything.
Maybe have a reverse harem situation where he just kind of slots into everyone. And I do mean that in the way that I said it, even though I didn't when I said it, but I'm going to say that I did.
Nah, but like I have a wonderful thing that comes towards the end where one of the guys is Cupido, like I call them Cupidos, is a Cupid, and he's trying to couple up his coworker, but his coworker ignores that coupling stuff and instead falls in love with another Cupid, and then the Cupid who wanted to couple him is falling in love with the guy he wanted to couple the guy with. It's like it's all connected. But yeah, I'm currently at 8 fully planned couples and 1 that is still open, so I'm going with at least 9. Yeah.
It's going to be glorious.
Yep. And I still think it's very rude that it's so much easier to plan a romance than a political fantasy mystery thing.
I mean, who would have thought that? Hey.
Who would have thunken? Yes.
Right, so one thing I want to do in this sprint, I am going to be sharing a new screen.
Ooh.
Although I think the 3 that are on this are not even here anymore because we've got Moni, Ella, and Becca who all submitted to the cosplay contest. And I thought it would be fun if because last time I just kind of did it myself and then announced it. This time I thought it'd be cool to do it on the sprint to like announce the winner, and we'll spin it here live with everyone.
Live in color and flush.
So, because I thought it's more fair with the cosplay contest because everyone is so good, and I don't really like going, oh, yours is better than yours. I feel like that's really mean. So that's why it's just a random draw. But first place is going to gain 3 additional entries into the overall giveaway. The second place gets 2 entries, and third place gets 1 entry. And if you are not, like for the 3 of you that are here or not here, but for the 3 that I'm drawing for, if you are not planning on participating in the giveaways, then just send me a private message and I will talk to you further about it there. And I'll obviously also post this on Discord as well. So what we're going to do is in this sprint, in this chat, we will do the cosplay. In the next one, we will do the scavenger hunt, and the answers will be revealed. I mean, I sent you a quick message around. I don't know if you saw that in the private chat on here. Right, if you're happy to do that. Yeah. And we'll draw that next time round. So helps if I press the right button, doesn't it? Oh, you know, you get a really nice stretch and then it turns into a cramp.
Yeah.
It started off nice, and now the back of my spine, the base of my spine is pulled. Ow, you son of a motherfucker. Okay, so we have our 3. Can we all see this?
Yes.
Cool. Let's go. So this is for third place. Money, well done. So Money, you've earned 1 extra. I've run out of space on my thingy. So second place will go to. Oh, that made my eyes go spinny. Ella. So Ella, you've won 2 extra entries, and that means Becca is the winner. Didn't she win last time as well? I can't
Well,
remember.
her channel name is Cosplay and Books, so
It's fitting. So yeah,
congratulations.
Congrats.
Yes.
And like I said, if you are not taking part in the giveaway itself, then please contact me and I will let you know. And then for the actual, like the main giveaways for like actually I'll give me a sec. Let's go back onto this. Just for those that are still around and stuff, I'm going to do the overall winners for everything on the 4th of October. So I'm going to keep the form open for 3 days. So like the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of October, I'll leave the forms open for you to submit your books, submit your forms for the giveaways, all of that. And then I will close the forms on the my midnight on the 4th of October, which is my mummy's birthday. And I will do the announcement of the winners on the 4th. And then obviously I'll do like I did I'll do like I did last time. I will record a video and I will announce the winners on the video. So I don't yet know the exact date that the winners will be announced, but it will be in the first 10 days of October. But yeah, it's actually one of the winners from last time still hasn't had their prize, but that's because I gave her the option, because where the UK winner was obviously something from my shop. So I gave her the option of getting her prize there and then, or waiting until I did all my restocks this month. And she was like, I'll wait for the restocks. So that'll be in the next week or 2.
Nice.
But yeah. So I'll obviously announce all of this and put all of this up on thingy as well.
Also, thank you for the reminder to like, fill in forms. And I was like, oh yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, hosts, the co-hosts, you can also submit for the entry for the giveaways. You're not
I'm doing that, but I wait until whatever it comes out of my 5-book journey.
Well,
Because-
I feel like it's
Like-
good.
I shut up.
No. I was like on that note, I feel like we should probably get on with some more reading. Not that I'm
Should
eager to
we?
get back to my book at all.
Should we?
Yes, because I want to get back to my book.
No,
Do we
I
want
am.
to do 45? Do you want to do another hour? What do you guys want to do? What are you more comfortable with?
I have stuff for both, but I think I need to get myself some lunch. So I would go for an hour. If that's
Yeah, I was
okay.
also thinking of Ren, like maybe if you do an hour and then that's sort of like probably going to be. Or are you still good?
I'm good for now. I'll see what I'm like after an hour, but an hour sounds good.
Okay.
Nice.
Change it to an hour.
But I stuck it in. It's in there now.
Yay!
Woo!
Moth chicken!
Chicken moth. Mothkin.
Chickoff.
That was freaky, actually.
That was incredible. Right. On that
Yes.
delicious note. 1 hour. Enjoy, everybody, and see you on the other side, maybe. Hello.
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 I read another book and had lunch.
Nice.
Holy crap. That's
To be
amazing.
fair, it was a short story of 13 pages.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, and then I added another 20 pages from the next book, which is Mermaid, the Little Mermaid retelling, but make it trans and black.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
I love Erica. I'm just 20 pages in and I'm so in love with Erica, and I hate Ursula. I hate her.
Yeah, that's fair. It's good though. Yeah. So what was the 13-page thing you read?
That was His First Bite, which is a short story that takes place 4 years before How to Bite Your Neighbor and Win a Wager.
Yes.
Quick and cute and nice and just as well written, even if it's just 13 pages. So did that.
Well, that's always good.
Yeah. And I just realized Mermaid, finishing that one will put me at my reading goal for this year of 52.
Ooh, that's so good.
That's 60 pages to go.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
I finished volume 5. It was so good. So good. And just absolutely adorable. And I was like wanting to cry at some bits just from like the cute. It was so good.
Aww.
And then I put all of my books in the books read log. And I realized I have now completed every single prompt for blacksmith and minstrel.
Holy crap. Wow.
Yes.
Every single one, all of the side quests, all the options. So, yay. Feeling good about that.
I'm kind of like, when we finished, I've been watching South Park again. So I was finishing off an episode. Then I still had a page of reading and working out my numbers and adding in a thing. And I've been doing all of that as we've been talking.
Doing all the things.
I mean, to be fair, I'm updating Storygraph right now.
Well, I did 41 pages in that sprint.
Nice.
That's still good considering all the other stuff you were doing.
I also, in that sprint, I was like, I drank a little bit. I watched an episode of South Park and you might have noticed at one point I might have looked very excited, and then I kind of just like ran off with my phone. It's because my uncle unlocked my cat's kittenness again. She is an old lady. She's not really a playy cat until she gets a feather, and then she shreds me to pieces.
Aww.
And I've never seen her with like a feather before. And he was out in the garden with her, and it was like he was just sort of doing that and throwing it, and she was like jumping up for it.
That's
so I went out and
cute.
got some videos. But I sent a couple to you, Ren.
Oh, hey, I have notifications on my phone. Wouldn't you know?
Wait, dipshit. Hang on.
No.
You're getting too old for all this shit, ain't you?
She's like, lock on.
That was me, you little fucker.
Cute.
Yes.
So cute.
We had the same thing with our dog when he was really old. Like, he was like, He was always the laid back, relaxed kind of dog who was content watching, but he would go haywire if we we had 2 bunnies, and every time I cleaned their cage with like a hose, he would go haywire for the water, not for the hose, for the water. And it's so ridiculous to see a 30-kilogram Hovavard mix, like a chunker of a dog who's like 12 years old, just booking it through the garden because there's water. He hated water.
Cute.
He would never swim. He would make a wide berth around any kind of puddle.
Spray it in his face.
But as soon as you spray it in his face, he was a puppy again.
It's kind of like with Ginty. Every now and again, she'll just have, like every day she gets her little zoomies. But every now and again, you just catch her with something and she just becomes a kitten again and starts playing. And it's the most beautiful thing ever. But we took it a bit too far when we came in and I got injured. And I was like, ow, you little bugger.
Yeah, I mean.
Meredith went to bed, so I assume she's now long asleep.
Good night.
I would hope so.
Night.
Brittany finished Fruits Basket and got halfway through Spy Family Volume 8. Woohoo! Nice. Becca returned after we did the giveaway.
Hello.
I don't know if you saw, Becca, but you won the cosplay contest. So you have won 3 entries to the giveaway, like the big end of readathon giveaway. However, if you weren't planning on entering the giveaway, just send me a message and we'll come up with something. But congratulations, you won it. And I hope your rehearsal goes well. She is, when she wants to be, she is a beautiful, beautiful baby. And now she is passed the fuck out on a blanket. Too much exertion.
Nice.
That was extreme sport. Point old lady.
Yeah. So far in these sprints all together, I am now on... I've read this much of my book so far.
Yes! Chugging away.
That's really good.
So I'm like, well, going on at that rate, if we sprint till 4, I should either finish or be very, very close to finishing.
I mean, I need at least another 3 sprints, anyways, to finish my 5 books.
Exactly.
True.
So yeah, seems like we're all doing really, really well.
I mean, I can and will finish off screen if I have to, but
I feel like I'm motivated and I do it when I'm on screen. Then, like this, if I'm reading on screen, the second we finish, I'm like, and now to do everything else, and then I don't.
Yeah.
Or I tend to spend all of the sprints not reading, even though we're here to read, and then after we finish, that's when I finally get onto my reading.
Same. Like usually when I'm doing shit and then like the last sprint or so I actually read, then I'm like, okay, next 3 hours book.
I've been through all the scavenger hunt and I've written down, I saw only 5 people that had submitted. We got No Shelf Control, Moni, Ella, Brittany, and Lyra. So I've got 5 people that I saw that had submitted responses.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 5.
So I have put their names into
I can't with Brittany's gloves.
They're so cute.
They are, but my brain is like blacksmithing gloves. If these catch fire, you can say goodbye to your hands because all of that shit is going to melt into your skin.
That's what I like when she's like, oh, it's the modern day forge where, you use hot glue gun. And I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Clever.
Yeah. I mean, it's to protect your hands. It doesn't mean it has to be like ye old blacksmithing forge, right?
Yeah.
I wonder why the colours are the same for those two and everyone else's is different. Not that it's a big issue, but it's just annoying.
Round
just
and
a
round
neat
we go.
So again, we're going to do third, second, and first. So obviously, don't forget, everyone gets an entry for entering. So for submitting answers, you got an entry. These are just bonus entries. So nobody is a loser here. Everyone's won an entry, but now it's just see who gets a bonus 1, 2, or 3. So the person who gets the bonus 1 entry. I need to stop looking at that when it spins. It'd help if I wrote this down, wouldn't it?
Congratulations, Ella.
The one that's going to get second and gets 2 extra entries. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Funny gloves.
Yeah. Low key, just because of those gloves, I was hoping you would win one of them. Like, no, nothing to anyone else. But and then who wins the bonuses? Lyra with her letters that she submitted the other day.
Text. Yay.
Because, like I said, if you couldn't
Very
do the
good.
photos, submissions with text were fine.
Mm.
So congratulations, guys, and commiserations if you didn't win the bonuses. But certainly, Moni, you won bonuses on the last one. So can't get too greedy now. So I've written those down, and I will make sure that I've got a note of that when it comes to doing the big spinny wheel at the end of the readathon. Things are making noise in my house, and I can't figure it out because I've got the cat coming in through the door. I think the fridge just made a weird, like sometimes the fridge makes a clunking noise, but it sounded like the front door, and now I'm confused.
We got a yay from Lyra in the Discord.
Congratulations.
That was me.
I think it's also me at the same time because mine's.
No, that was me writing in the Discord and it dinged at your place. Mine doesn't ding because I have it on my phone. My phone is on.
Yeah, so like I said, in the sprints and stuff, last time I got you guys to submit the extras, but then I realized it just added more work for all of you and more forms that I had to try and keep track of and more entries. So this time I've just got a little notepad. I've written down all the names, and then when I go through, I will just add those on.
Yes.
And it just means that it's on me then and not you guys having to do extra stuff and submit extra things. Oh, yeah. Never mind. So, yeah, well done. Yeah. Cool. Right. Yeah, because with the big giveaways, obviously last time I did one massive sort of like, you know, you got like the equivalent of £30 worth of stuff. This time I'm going to do it like smaller giveaways instead. So it's just going to be like you can get something off your wish list. Like I'll pick 3 or however many people to get 1 book. And then UK winners will get like book and extra. But that's all stuff that I will talk about in the wrap-up video. What do you want? You've shed my blood. What else do you want from me?
Blood for the blood god. Mother, I crave violence.
That is a little blood cut.
Yeah. We need more blood for the blood god.
No, I sacrificed my finger and now my arm. I'm not sacrificing.
Those are 2 different blood gods. The kitty only got a drop. Kitty needs more.
Kitties.
How's the chop doing?
Gone.
He's asleep.
Aww.
Like he should.
Yeah.
All right. Did people want to keep going with the hour-long sprints, or do you want to start shrinking them a little bit? Because I'm happy with whatever.
Same. I'm happy with whatever.
I'm good. with
I heard that.
an L. How
What
many
just
things
fell?
fell?
What did the kitty just break? Who did the fridge kill?
Maybe it's a ghost in the house that's making all the noises. And now it's like, pay attention to me.
I'm hearing the X-Files soundtrack already. Like, I never watched the X-Files, but that melody is everywhere.
So true.
Kitty!
Well, she's alive, so that's something.
I think she went into the like in the hallway. Out in the hallway, we've got a chair that we sort of just when there's parcels, we just stick them on the chair.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was a little bit precarious anyway. So I think she's walked past. There's a box in front of it that's kind of a bit wobbly. So I think she's like brushed against it and it's just knocked both parcels. It's fine. But one's like she's got one of those really cool cat litter trays, the ones that are like mechanical and they like go and push all the poop to one end, and they've got like a little laser thing on them. So it's the refill for that is in one of the boxes, and then she is very, very particular about her food. She's not one of these cats where you give any treat and she will eat it. She has these special ones called Licky Licks, and they're like little yogurt in a sachet. And she will only eat the salmon and the chicken. And can we find chicken anywhere in our town?
No.
So Ian ordered like from the website directly, from the company directly, but the smallest they did was this like massive box. So she's got about 6 months supply of these. So he was like, oh, while I'm at it, I might as well get the salmon. So she's literally got like 6 months supply of these treats now.
Wow.
So that just kind of got shoved on the chair, and it was like, oh, I'll deal with it later.
And then later never
And
came.
that was like a week ago. I mean, the box with the litter tray refills has been sat there for 4 months.
I mean, if you don't need it.
Well, the thing is, it can either just stay there where it's pretty much out of the way. Occasionally it gets knocked into, whatever. Or it's going to go into the cupboard at the bottom of the stairs, which means pulling out a bunch of stuff, opening the cupboard. And I just can't be arsed with all that buggeration. So... I can sit cross-legged. I can do it.
Listen, I have no leg
stand up again in a second, but
listen, I have no leg to stand on as someone who folded his laundry yesterday after 3 weeks of it just sitting there.
I mean,
in
how
like
we had
the last spring. Yeah.
Like that washing that I did the day before is still in my wash basket, ready, waiting to be put away. And it's had 3 more laundry loads added to it.
Because I was thinking about that and how I was like, oh my God, how do you guys like not like, put it away after you've done it? And I was like, no, I leave my laundry out on the line for at least a week and a half, if not 2 to 3 weeks. And then I put it away immediately.
We're just all stuck in different stages between washing and putting it away.
I wouldn't do that because even here, even just putting clothes out for like 3 hours and a spider will come along the line and start building a web on it. So 2 to 3 weeks, we would have a full-on colony in the clothes. So no, certainly not with the ones you get. I just would not risk it.
I don't get spiders in my clothes.
Every house I've ever lived in, when I put my clothes out on the line, I come back at the end of the day and some little bugger has started to build a web.
Mine prefer my bike. Like the bugs around here prefer my bike, specifically the front of the bike. So every time I pick it up, I'm like, spider webs.
Currently, ours is the back door, like where we've got a little bit that overhangs, and then we've got like a little rail just outside that my gran used to hold on to get down the step. So they like anchor onto the rail and then go up, which means that as soon as you open the door, you just walk into the yeah. So it's like great. So every night now I'm like getting with the broom and sweeping it off, and then in the morning sweeping it off, and I'm like, I'm so sorry guys, I don't mean to be destroying your homes, but if you could just make them further along, like go that way or that way, just not here.
It might actually help if you give them another anchoring point. Like when you have the handrail here and the doors here, then maybe give them an anchoring point here.
We've got no way of doing it, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Also,
like,
are you wearing your Stain cosplay or Stein, whatever his name is?
I was wondering that.
I had a little
Is there another
change
performance?
because it was so warm.
Oh yeah, this is
so
where
good.
I also found the shoes.
Ooh, oh, so good. It's okay. I won't make you fall off the chair this time.
I was gonna say, please don't. Otherwise, like Ren, you're just gonna steal Ren, and Ren will be your best friend, and then I'll be sad.
Yeah, probably will happen.
There were correct answers to the scavenger hunt.
And as the person who created the clues, apart from like one that I was like, I don't think anybody's gonna get this, so we're gonna reword this one. Executive decision.
I
It
outed
took me and
myself.
Jonah 3 attempts each, and neither of us got it right. So in the end, I was like,
I
we
mean-
need it easier.
To be fair, I outed myself as the biggest idiot on the planet. With
Yeah.
these, like,
True.
like the first try you sent in, Ren, I think I nailed one, and that was one I guessed.
I think I got two. I got half of them right, and the other three, I was
Yeah.
like, "What the? Who would even
Yeah.
know this?"
I nailed Yorick, the skull thing, not because I know my Shakespeare, but because in Critical Role, one of the guys who's playing is a Shakespeare fan, and he found a skull in the game and named it Yorick.
That wasn't even Ren. That was after I reworded
Yeah.
that prompt.
I know.
Because
So
Ren's
this
one
is-
was all about like it being in different parts, and it was referring to baby skulls. But I was like,
Yeah, that one I
most
got
people
because
aren't going to know this.
yeah, the baby skull I got because I was fascinated with I'm fascinated with fun facts, and I just know that humans are born with around 300 bones, but we die with only 206. So I'm like, skull bones. But yeah, like this is the level of stupid I am.
So I will read out the prompt from the thing, and then Ren will say what the correct answer was. So blacksmith. To protect their hands from the forge's embers, all blacksmiths wear these.
Gloves.
Yes. Gotta keep those digits.
I don't have any with me. Otherwise, you'll end up with lots of bandages on your finger, like Kirsty.
I love how I'm thinking about Critical Role in the first campaign. There was, I think it was like his name was Victor, and he was like an inventor who'd blasted off his fingers. And then I was like, oh, yeah. I wasn't expecting that little call out. Thank you. Inventor, a treasure trove that holds ideas instead of jewels.
Well, how many can I hold up at once? Notebooks.
Literally me doing the same thing. I'm like,
I have an entire drawer full of them, but I'm not going to take them all out yet. I feel like there's a reason we're all friends. We're all very similar.
I have 5 over there, but I can't reach. I'm too short.
I have more, but they are heavy and my hands are weak.
Yeah, no.
Like I said, I have an entire drawer, but I can't be bothered.
I have 2.
Oh, Kirsty.
I have 2 drawers full of unused notebooks. I have my normal notebook collection that I use almost on a daily basis over here on my desk, and I have my used notebooks in a billy over there.
These are just what I have in reach.
You get all the prizes.
Yes.
You look so comfy, just like hugging them all.
We don't have a problem. We can stop at any time.
But wait, you're one that I
Sure.
need. So either notebooks or I think one person uploaded sketchbook, which kind of also counts.
Yeah, it's a sketch. Like a sketchbook is a notebook, but with drawings instead of words.
Yes. Minstrel. most of us use these to listen to music and drown out the world.
Headphones.
I can't stand the style that you two wear. I feel like they're
I
squeezing
I
my
didn't
brain.
think
and I
Okay,
just don't
okay,
like that
wait,
sort of
okay.
squishy pressure of them.
Okay.
But
These
in
go like
ear
better.
around
give
the
me
ears.
constant ear infections. So
Mm.
it's really annoying because it's like I can't wear the overhead ones because of sensory issues, and then when I wear these ones, I end up with ear infections all the time, and it's really annoying.
I have sensory issues with in-ears. That's why I like these more.
I think everyone got that one. Because I think that was one of the ones that at first we were like,
I don't even
the way
remember.
Ren originally worded it, we were just like, what?
I don't even remember the original one we
This
went
could be
with.
like 5 different things.
Yeah, I was like,
I think that's what I
next-
was like aiming for with all of them. I was like, how can I make these really difficult? And then Kirsty was like, no, don't do that. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I was like, they need to be like, some of them need to be a bit of a challenge, but they shouldn't be so vague that people are going to not have a clue. Like they need to have some sort of, either you can look it up or you can do a bit of digging or know straight away, because that's the whole thing with scavenger hunts is you find you work out what the item is quite quickly, but then it's the finding it is what usually is the most fun.
yeah.
Necromancer, all that remains of poor Yorick. I'll do what Moni did. Mine's covered.
That was clever.
That was brilliant.
Here's just the easiest one that I can find, but there is many more.
I don't own them. I don't have any books with them on right now.
Those are the ones I could grab the fastest.
I mean, I also have a mug.
Why are you upside down?
Oh my god, that mug is so cute.
Ugh.
Right? I found this at an op shop. So like a secondhand shop.
Yeah, I don't.
You failed at being a booktuber, Kirsty.
Wait. Yes, I do. Oh my god.
Also, right after I introduced Oliver on that one stream, he had a little accident and his jaw was broken in 3 places.
Oh. Ta-da.
Yes.
And ta-da.
Yeah. So I don't know if you can see it, but I had to fix his jaw.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
In a couple of places.
Holy crap, he really went through it.
Yeah. Oh wait, it's actually 4 places. Like right there's another one.
Gosh.
It's fine. It's fine now, but like I thought it was hilarious that it was legitimately like he was on my desk after the stream where I introduced him. He was on my desk for a couple of days, and then when I finally decided to put him away, his jaw just went flying. I was like, shit. Yeah.
Yeet.
Yeah.
Seer, a crucial tool for divining wisdom and seeking guidance for answers. It was quite hard to come up with a clue for this. Mine are upstairs, unfortunately, so I'm not going to run and get those.
I have my pocket version.
32 is very
I'm going
strong.
to try and hold all of mine at once. They're all going to fall.
I know a couple of the guesses I don't think were quite right with this one.
I mean, the crystal ball also works.
I was thinking crystal ball or
Tarot deck.
Yeah, because Ella did crystal ball.
Also, I think if anyone would have posted rune stones or bones for bone throwing, I would have. If either one of you had said no, I would have said fuck y'all. This is a yes, and yes, Ren.
So Ren is the tarot deck equivalent of me and my journals.
You have to make a video tour of all your decks.
Yes,
because I'm an artsy bitch like that. I love tarot card art, so I have one
set of tarot. I've got one deck, and that was because Ren bought it for me. Mm-hmm. When I vaguely mentioned that I might at some point like to possibly think about going back into it, and then 2 days later they appeared on my doorstep.
Yeah, this I have this deck. I legitimately only got this deck because of the art style, because it's black and white, and the only drop of color is like a dash of rainbows here and there, so it's gothic and gay. How can I say no?
That's nice.
Mine, like the edges of mine are so shiny. They
Yeah.
are literal mirrors. When you put them all together, it's a literal mirror. It's that shiny and silver. And then the artwork is all like animals. I'm gonna have to go and get it now, aren't I?
Like,
Yeah.
this is one of my favorite cards just to look at.
Ooh,
Nice.
yes.
God damn it.
That's kind of similar to my, like in art style, to my Oracle Witch deck. I think I prefer Oracle decks. Just like I'm better at like using them than tarot decks. I do still have a bunch of tarot decks.
Yeah, like very, very sketch art, very gay and stuff.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
And then they're shiny.
Like this. Ooh, like this card screams gay fawn.
Yay.
Make it gay.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
I really like this one.
Mine are like a literal
shiny.
mirror.
Wow.
I was gonna say you could almost like see us in that.
And every time these cards come without any kind of color, they're like extremely dark in what they depict.
Oh,
Like,
pretty.
so pretty. Like the death card is also one of my favorites in this deck. Like it's one of those.
Stray Kids.
Nice.
It's my Han card.
Yeah.
It's his nickname.
Cards, aren't they?
Yeah, it's one of the guys in Stray Kids. Everyone calls him the Quokka because he looks like a little quokka with his cheeks. So it's my Han card.
Cute.
But it's really weird because I did a reading like the first time in years. This is probably my favorite card in the entire deck.
Ooh,
I see it.
that is pretty.
I like the gay warrior owl I have.
Nice.
And I like the gay geese. I have gay geese.
Yours is so much gayer than all of mine. I'm so sad. This is like the occult deck.
Nice.
So it's all different types of demon-like things. Just like
It was like the first time that I did a reading.
Stuff on it.
I noticed the tower kept popping up because it was like for Aurelium, we had to do a random draw and then pick a book based on it. And I got the tower. For this one, it was the same, and I got the tower. And then when I shuffled that deck, my deck for the first time, 3 times in a row, I picked the tower. And I was like, something somewhere is telling me. And I started to panic a bit because I remember from when I used to do tarot a lot, what the tower meant. So I was like, I'm going to lose my job. But because the whole thing with the tower is things are going to fall apart and things are going to be unexpected and something big is going to happen, like that is unwanted. And then when I was looking at the meaning, I was like, oh, I wonder if it's going to be linked to my job. And then literally this month, my hours have been reduced to the bare minimum with no warning. And I'm like, I've got a feeling that might be what that was pre-warning me of, was that this was going to happen. But yeah, it was so freaky. Like it was a bit of a private one, but I sent it to a friend, like my very first reading in like 10 years. And I feel like I did a pretty good job analysing it. And then I was like, that I came up with 3 different things that it could have meant, but each of them all had to do with like either like the first reading I did was kind of like, I looked at the same cards for seeing like what could it mean. And I was like, one could be linked to like my love life and my future plans in that direction. One could be linked to my business and, you know, investing in my business to grow it and to develop my company. And then the final one was about like sort of doing my creativity stuff. And I was just like, this is so cool. And yeah, but I'm trying to do it that I only do like, because I wanted to immediately do another reading just to play around with the cards. But I'm like, no, We've done a reading. Give it at least a couple of weeks. I think it's been about 3 or 4 weeks now, so I feel like it is about time to do another reading.
Yeah, I want to start doing like monthly readings for myself.
And it's like when they say about coming up with a specific. I think that's the thing, is I struggle to come up with a specific question.
That's why I do like these. I just it's either 1 card or a 3-card draw for what is about to happen today, like just the general vibe of the day or the week. I very rarely do specific readings. It's more like, okay, what are the vibes today? Oh shit, 4 of Cups.
I did a 5-card spread where it was just sort of like it looks at where your position is now, where you want to be, and then like what obstacles and hurdles you need to overcome, sort of that kind of thing.
What's really creepy for me is I usually make like the time where I really get back into tarot is when I do NaNoWriMo in Preptober, and I'm like, okay, what is my reading my writing going to be? And I kid you not, so many writers' blocks have been solved by just drawing a fucking card, and I'm like, you are so right, Bex. Thank you. It's ridiculous.
That could be like a little writing, like when we do the Patreon. That could be like a writing thing. It's like once a week, draw a random card, and then you've got to submit a short piece that's inspired by that card, like, or once a month.
Yeah,
and then we can do like a bit of a thing where it's like it's not going to be a judged thing, but it's like once a month you get a card, and then it's like complete. Whether you interpret the image on the card, the meaning of the card, or the deck, it's completely up to you. And you've got to write a short, like under 1,000 words.
That works so well with like oracle cards because they are so different in each of their meaning.
Yeah.
Kay Kavanaugh does that sometimes on her writing streams. She sometimes she rolls dice, sometimes she pulls a card from her oracle cards, and they all have a number, and that is how long the next sprint is. But she also reads out the card, so if anyone wants to write like a flash fiction piece or something about that card, that's really cool.
That's really cool.
No, that's an idea. But anyway, so we just went on the world's biggest tangent then. It's us. Why would we not? For spy, some use them to read, others to see. Spies use them for disguise and espionagerie. I tried to do a bit of a poetry thing with that.
It was good.
Some use them to read, others to see. Spies use them for disguise and espionagerie.
Very cool.
Actually, I shouldn't wiggle them like that because that distorts my vision and makes my head go ouch.
Like if I take these off, even just like this far away from my laptop, like that comment, it would take me a really long time to read that.
It's a blur.
There's like 2 of it, yeah.
Even if I...
But then I can read.
Oh, hang on. I can just about, if I squint there like that. No. Like you two are a massive blur. Like my book, I can read it, but it's like only just anymore, and it would be blurrier. And that's like that far away from my eyes right now.
Yeah.
Which is insane because 10 years ago I didn't even need glasses, and now I'm at that stage. I do worry for the future of my eyes because I am worried that we're at the speed that my eyes have deteriorated. And it's like my mum was completely blind by the age of 52. And I'm a bit like, am I heading the same way? And I do get a bit concerned. And I instead of having biannual checkups like they say you should, I have them every 8 to 10 months, and I just pay the extra because I'm so worried about it. But the other thing is everyone's like, get laser surgery and get it fixed. And it's like, but you have to have a consistent prescription in order for them to go near you. And I've not yet had a single, like it's supposed to say consistent for 2-3 years. And I've never gone longer than a year without mine changing.
Yeah. That sucks. So, Jonah, you look amazing.
I was going to say, why is it the Germans setting the fashion trend? It's always the way.
Oh, there's more.
Moving on.
Very nice.
And then the final clue for
You're
Warlock,
muted.
which I think Ella asked about this one. No, Brittany asked about this one. Before any spell, 4 of these are placed in the cardinal directions. So that's north, east, south, and west. Here's one I made earlier. Yay, there's one I made earlier.
Say I think I got all of them.
I have a whole box of them right next to me somewhere. Yeah, I forgot how many I sent you. So I made a whole load of them last week. But yeah, so traditionally when doing spell work, you place a candle in each of the 4 corners and then you bless the circle to open the ritual. Depending on which branch of paganism and spellcasting you're from. That one in particular is Wicca. Others do other things. But yeah, candles was the correct response.
It would help if I turn on my mic.
I kept trying to tell you were muted.
I believe the candles also represent the element of fire in your spell work. Like that.
Yes, kind of ish, yes. Because I remember when I used to do my spells, it was always like, I'd have a little pot of earth in one corner because each of the corners also represents an element. So with fire, you just do like 2 candles.
Or even like incense.
I used to use incense to represent air because of the tendrils.
I used feathers for that.
Same.
Yep, that works.
Is that all of them?
Yep.
I gotta help out my mom real quick. Be right back.
No, we're going to do it going to a sprint in a minute, so.
Oh, that was one.
Brittany went all out with the seer. Yes, I remember that. Both me and Brittany got the same card, and I was like, that's kind of... Pulling Tower for the readathon just meant I'm finally giving up on reading historical fiction. I don't blame you. It's not really like it's like with me. I've unhauled all of my YA contemporaries now, so it's like I've got things like Felix Ever After and stuff like that, which I know people love, but I just basically sit there going, ugh.
Yeah.
Like the last 4, I think the last 4 or 5. If it's not been Heartstopper, the last 4 or 5 YA contemporaries that I've read, I have just basically not enjoyed, and I've ended up scoring really low. And it's like, well, clearly I'm just in an adult romance phase and a dark mafia romance phase. So teenage angst is just not it. So it's like I'm planning on doing a giveaway. I think because where I've now hit 700 subs, I'm going to do a special live at some point.
Yes.
So eventually, once Adventurerathon's out the way, so next month I'm going to do like a little special, and I'm going to do it sort of like a bit of a giveaway for a few of my, because I've got Felix Ever After and the Lesbiana's Guide to Catholic School, and both of them have got like sprayed edges. But yeah, both of them have got really nice sprayed edges, and they're like sort of nicer editions. So I'm going to do a giveaway for those. But unfortunately, that will be restricted to like my continent.
Yeah.
Seriously? I mean, I've never studied that particular play. I think it's King Lear that it's from. But I just thought that Alas Poor Yorick was like one of the most famous things. Maybe that's because obviously I grew up in England and Shakespeare is just sort of like rammed down our throats from a very early age. Like by the age of 16, I'd studied 5 different Shakespearean plays, and I'd studied it since I was like 8 years old because they like to torture us. And like when we did our GCSEs, we did like 2 Shakespeare plays, and it was awful.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
No worries. Have a good day. We might still be going. We've probably got about another 3 hours or so of sprints to go, unless my uncle doesn't come down today, in which case then I'll just keep going. Or I might just run upstairs and keep going upstairs for a bit anyway.
But I will not be here for this.
No, you'll be asleep. Well, I'm imagining this might be your last one.
Yeah.
Did you want me to do a shorter one as it is your last one?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. 'Cause, yeah, I'll try and finish up the spread I'm doing right now.
Cool. So how long do you want? I'll let you set the time.
I could do 45.
Cool. I also should probably reply to the text message my sister sent me 4 hours ago.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I had so many messages earlier and I ignored all of them. Oops.
Cool. So 45 minutes. Happy reading. I'm going to also have some lunch. See you all in
Yes,
45.
eat.
I am. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Who do we do?
I'm not done with Mermaid yet because I would have needed the full sprint, but I had to start the sprint by helping the mother, and therefore I did not finish the book yet.
How
But I'm
dare she.
71% in, and oh my god, why is this so cute? And why do I want to punch Ursula in the face more than usual?
So good. But you'll finish that
Yeah,
within the next sprint, surely.
definitely. It's just 20 pages or something.
Nice.
Nice. How'd you get on, Ren?
I was gonna just like do more of my reading journal setting up for the next month, and then I was like, hey, why don't you do that one thing that you were meant to do today? So I was editing my Bookopoly TBR video.
I still have to do that, but I only filmed half of it. I only filmed the part where I'm playing, so now I'm like, you need to do the voiceover, and you need to do the actual thing, and I'm like, I don't want to. So
Yeah, I feel that. I was meant to post my TBR gate yesterday, and I was like, yeah, I filmed the spins. I haven't filmed anything else, and I don't want to. So I was like, oh, I'll just put up Bookopoly instead. And I was like, okay, but you have to edit that. So that'll probably go up like tomorrow, maybe, or Monday.
Nice. I keep thinking
I got
today's
really
Sunday.
close to finishing it. Mm,
Like, it feels like a Sunday.
yeah,
yeah.
but not in a fun way.
No, in that kind of like droll, dull, kind of Sunday.
Yeah.
Like the world is put in slow-mo, and I hate it.
I'm still doing reasonably well. I'm slowing down a little bit, but then again, you know, first sprint I was on it. Second sprint I was doing other bits and distracted, and then this sprint I had my lunch, and it was a shorter sprint anyway. But I did another 30, so I'm now on this much read today so far.
Still good, still
I have
amazing.
I have this to go.
Yeah, come on.
So
You'll get that done today, for sure.
yeah, I've got about the same to go as I've read. So I'm definitely in the last quarter of the book, and
Awesome.
I'm at the point I'm like, oh my god, just kiss!
Never felt that before in a book ever.
Like, fucking god damn it!
Question. Is it the good kind of just kiss and like to make it happen, or is it just kiss so we can all move on with our fucking lives?
It's that, you know, like the torture and the angst and the build-up, and you just know that eventually I think it's going to be him grabbing her and just smushing. But and it doesn't help that there's still the other guy, and they're like, oh, we can't because of him, and it's like,
Wow.
he's a weak ass pussy, fuck him. Like, he's not even there now, go away.
Why would you insult every cat on this planet ever like that?
It's like, I can't remember which comedian it was, but there was a comedian that was talking about that, and they were like, I don't know why we chose to use the term pussy to mean weak, considering what vaginas go through.
Right.
But what we should have said is scrotum.
Yes.
Because they are weak. The slightest little thing, and they're on the floor screaming.
Yep.
Whereas, you know, pussies go through periods and cramps and childbirth. Like, those things are strong. And it was like, she went on this rampage and everyone was just dying of laughter.
I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
Like, duh. Shit, I used the wrong green. Fuck. Yeah, well.
Okay, I'm gonna have to leave. I'm
Yes.
tired,
Yes.
and I have to look after a
Chop, chop.
1-year-old at 9:30 in the morning,
Ooh.
and also chop chop.
Yes.
Are you on Luther duty tomorrow?
Yes. And like we didn't know what time they were coming, and one of the messages that I got hours ago and didn't check said that, oh yeah, we'll drop them off at 9:30, and I was like, if you must.
Yeah, at least they could have said 7.
If they had said 7, I would have been like, no, you can take him today.
No, thank you.
Thank you, but
Like
no
with my
thank you.
niece, it's like, I like being an auntie, but no, not that much.
Yeah, I did one weekend where I was like taking care of both of my cousins, and they're not toddlers or anything. One of them was 15, is now 16, and the other one is 11. So I'm like, yeah, I can do that for like, because it was like a longer weekend where we had like holidays. And then one day of school for them because their parents had like a wedding anniversary and they wanted to go somewhere. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I can take care of them. It's not that hard. I knew I wanted to be child free, but after that weekend, I'm 100% solid on that decision. No, and they were 11 and 15. Yeah. I can't even imagine having like a 3-year-old around 24/7. I'm like, no. I was so glad I could just park them in front of the TV, hand one their Nintendo Switch, and just be done with it for like an hour. Like, no. Nuh-uh.
It's a weird one for me because it's like, obviously I've taught various ages as well as experienced various ages with like nieces and nephews. And it's like, I actually find the 3-year-old easier to deal with than I do the teenagers. Because I can just like give her coloring books and we just play games, and then she goes for like a nap and I get a couple of hours and she goes to bed super early. So it's kind of like, it's full on when she's awake, but she's also just so freaking cute. Whereas teenagers are awful.
Yeah, I don't have the whole collection yet. I worked with kids between 3 months and 3 years old. And that was okay-ish. And then again, the teenager stuff. But like, if I can't give them back after like 5 or 6 hours, I start to struggle.
I'm just in that really weird, like, I know I want to be a mum, but I'm worried how I'm going to cope if I have kids. But I know, like, some people are just very much, I know, I like yourself, Jonah, where you're like, I don't want to be a parent. I have no instinct there. I do not want them. Whereas I am so desperate to be a parent, it physically hurts me when I think about not being one. But then I'm also like, I can't see that it is going to happen to me. And it's just a really horrible feeling when you want something so badly and know that you're probably never going to get it. It hurts a lot.
Yeah, I personally am so content with just being some form of family relation, just not the birthing part of it.
Like, don't get me wrong,
uncle, cousin, whatever, no problem. I also take your kids for a weekend, but please take them back.
I think it's kind of like, also, I do love the whole, just being looking after the kids every now and again. And I genuinely do like not having kids, in that I've got that freedom to just do what I want when I want. But I also do have such a super strong maternal instinct. And it's a really weird feeling to have, being both wanting to be child free and desperately wanting a child. It's such a weird feeling.
Yeah. And then people become teachers.
I'd rather be a parent.
Weird.
At least then I have control of what my kids say and do, and I've got the control to change how things are done. Whereas when you're a teacher, you just kind of get what you're given, and sometimes the parents are more abusive than the kids.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, that explains so much. It's like, yeah, your child threw a chair at my face. So What do you want me to do about it? I mean, throwing a child in there, throwing a chair in your child's face would be a nice, like, I feel like that would be a fair punishment. But apparently that's called child abuse. It just kind of annoyed me because it was like, wait, so a kid can just do whatever the hell they want with me because they're a child and they're innocent. Yeah, if I was to retaliate and punch that kid,
it's child abuse.
I'm arrested and put in prison.
Yeah.
After this child has for months been tormenting me and physically assaulting me.
I
pushed back once and I'm life over.
I am thoroughly convinced that at least certain kids know that specific part of the law and use it against people.
She literally was like, what are you going to do about it? Because she was like, go on then. Because like she did the chair thing and I was like trying to get her out of the room away from me. And it resulted in, at one point, I went like that onto her shoulders. And she was like, are you pushing me? I can have you done and all of that. And I was just like, I'm just trying to get you the fuck out of my classroom so that I don't put you through that window. Like, it's your choice. You either leave my room or I will kill you. And I don't think I was exaggerating in that moment in time because, like, and this, like I said, this wasn't just like a one-off thing. This was months and months, like 8 months of this kid every single day. I taught her about 70 times by this point. And every single one, there was either her swearing, giving me attitude, having a go at me, refusing to do anything, walking in late, throwing stuff at me when my back was turned. Every single lesson, it just hit that point where, you know, she snapped, I snapped, and it was like, someone please go get the head teacher and drag her out of here while you're at it. Like, thankfully a couple of the lads sort of stepped in and they were like, Hannah, let's go, come on, let's go out, let's go, and they sort of bullied her out. I was like, thank you, because they can do that for me. Yeah. But even then, after that, the parents were still just like, I don't really see what you think what we can do about it.
And that tells you everything you need to know. Like, this kid probably did the same thing to the parents, given that the parents react like that.
I tried to be fair because it's like, you know, I knew she came from one of the farms. I knew that certainly when that particular incident happened, I'd had an email that morning saying that the parents had phoned in to say that she'd been up pretty much the whole night with the lambing and a couple of the lambs hadn't made it. So, you know, I knew she'd had a really rough night. I was like, right, we're not going to antagonize. We're just going to, when she arrives, just get her to be sat down as quickly as possible, just minimize the disruption to the class. And then it was like when she arrived, she like opened the door and swung it open and deliberately like slammed it against the wall. I was like, hey, bitches, I'm here. And I was like, morning, Hannah. Like, you just want to come in, grab your seat. Like, just come in as quickly as you can, take your coat off, grab your seat, and let's get started. Okay? Literally just said good morning, addressed her, move on, keep the class moving, keep the work going. And that was literally, she saw that as me being really aggressive and attacking her and bullying. And that's when she just absolutely kicked off. And I was like, what? But yeah, it just wasn't fun.
No, doesn't look like it. Ren, please go to bed.
Yeah. No.
I didn't really. I keep forgetting that it's like super late for you, and then I'm like, it's not that late. It's like, wait, well, for you, it is late because it's like 10:45.
Yeah, I need sleep.
Whereas for me and Jonah, that's kind of like late evening time for us.
Yeah.
Like for me, bedtime, sleepy time is around about 1-2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whereas
That's
your
not
bedtime
me.
sleepy time is an hour ago.
Yeah.
Do the slap.
It was good sprinting things.
You've got to do some
Good
reading.
luck with finishing your books. And
Got 2 sprints to do 100 and something pages.
Come on.
you got this.
I can do it.
Yes.
I think I can do it. I've just realised Brittany messaged saying, I didn't do any reading. I play with my cats. They were kittens when Elspeth was a puppy. So the cats play catch and fetch too. That's amazing.
Aww. Nice.
And then I looked at the source of the tarot spreads I use for writing.
Ooh.
Yes, I saw that in the Discord.
Yep.
We'll look into that more when I'm conscious. Yes, I will. Sleeps and good luck, everyone. And thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Serenade them to sleep.
And then there were 2.
Don't leave me like you did last. Oh wait, no, you didn't last time, did you? No, we ended it together.
Yes. Blaming me
Oh,
for
I
crimes
thought
you
you
never committed.
No, it was everyone else that disappeared.
Yeah.
We got to the end of the last one. It was like, there are no people watching this. Whatever. I don't
Well,
care.
there were, according to the YouTube thing, I looked up, like, are we alone? No, apparently there were 5 people watching, just not interacting. Hello, ghosts.
To be fair though, it didn't really. It was kind of like a midweek, early morning, like middle of the afternoon. So certainly European times, everyone was in. Well, Australians were all in bed. Americans were just waking up for work, and Europeans are at work at that time of day typically. Whereas today is a Saturday, so nobody got that excuse apart from sleep.
No one got excuses. Everyone got their ashes in chat right now.
Right, well, I kind of want to keep reading because I've hit a really good part of my book. I'm
Yeah.
almost at the don't want to stop point.
Ooh, yes.
Like
Yes.
almost. I'm not quite there, but it's like another, I reckon, because I've now just started part 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's only 5 parts to this book. So I've got a feeling once I start part 4, I'm not going to want to stop.
Yeah. Probably.
Salute. YouTube has a salute. Look. Yeah, Brittany knows.
This Discord has one too.
Oh yeah, that was it. It's just my Samsung. No.
Yeah.
I don't know Samsung. Huawei. Android. Keyboards don't.
Yes.
Do you want to do another 45 or do you want to bump it back up to an hour?
I am. Let me check my list. I am happy and content with both. Like, I have 20 pages left in Mermaid. Then I have another one that is just 31 pages long. And the last one I wanted to read today is 50 pages. So for the 50 pages, I probably need an hour. But just you decide.
Okay, I'll do hour.
Uh-huh.
No, I'll do a 45 for this one, so you can do those 2, and then we'll finish with an hour.
Nice.
And then I'll just like disappear upstairs for the last. Like, if he doesn't come down, I will go upstairs for that final chat bit. Because otherwise he'll just annoy me. Good luck, Lydia. You got this.
Yes.
I'm going to try and finish this, and then I've got to try and work out if I've actually completed any of the quests. We'll see.
I saw, like, with Mermaid has Ursula in it. Ursula is a witch. Like, they literally call her a witch. So I'm like, okay, witch convents and witches. That's a side quest for me. Then the Minotaur thing was bordered on fated mates, so I count it. So I count that. So I just need to find someone. Like, one of these 3 has to fit my tarot card now. And then I maybe pull off all the side quests.
No one said you can't pull a new tarot card until you find one that fits.
Or that. I try to fit the ones I have on this list to the tarot card I already pulled. But I'm not above cheating last minute.
Hey, it's not cheating if the creator said you can do it.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Cool.
I'm determined now.
Well, good luck.
Yeah.
See you guys in 45.
Yeah. Oh, that is one very, very, very interesting book, isn't it? Who died?
I can't say.
Oh, someone did die. Oh no.
Literally, like, it's yet to be confirmed, but I have a horrible, sickening feeling.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no. Well, this was the sprint of emotions then, because I finished Mermaid and my heart started bleeding, but in a good way. Like, it's a really, really, really fucking cute happily ever after. Yes. And then I read something where I was like, is this misogyny? Or is this just a fantasy of someone? And I was yes,
Is
and I was
misogyny.
and I was cheated out of 12 pages because everyone where you look, it says it's 31 pages. And yes, it is 31 pages, but 12 of those pages are just advertisement for all the other novellas this author has written. So actually, this novella was only 18 pages.
I just realized I'm shaking. Like, I've got adrenaline. Like,
Oh.
Tracy D on you, bitch.
Now I'm scared of starting that. Like, I have Legendborn. I'm like, I want to read this. No, I don't want to read this.
Well, Legendborn itself, the first time through, I gave it like 3.5, 4 stars
Mhm.
because it was so heavy on the lore. I just found it was a bit overwhelming. But then when I read it the second time, because I already knew what the story was, I could actually focus on the lore more, and I loved it. And this time around, it started off a bit clunky and I wasn't enjoying it, but in that sprint, I started on page 430 and I'm now on page 500. So it's 70 pages in 45. Yeah, I read that.
Yes.
I only have 50 pages left now.
Yeah, meanwhile, I found out the Ace of Wands, the card I pulled for the thing, it does kind of fit with the cover of his first bite. So I go with that. So now I only need celestial or astrological magic to actually do all of my side quests. The next book I want to read doesn't have that, but I'm pretty sure I could find something. I'm not gonna let this be the one thing that I don't get now that I worked my way up in a single day. How many pages do you have left?
50.
Same.
Yeah.
My last book is 50 pages.
Like, it's one of those, it's like, no offense, I don't want to talk right now.
No, it's completely fine. It's completely fine. This is me trying to make you talk so we can fill things, but it's
no. Yeah. My cat started snoring. I sent you the video.
Yeah.
Like, it was so cute. But when I went over to record, she quietened down. But while I was sat here, she was so loud. It was actually just making me laugh. Because all I could hear was just, oh no, coming from the sofa. And I was like, oh my God.
Oh no.
We have a Rally Reviews join us.
Yes,
so
hi,
early and so many people are awake. I may need a nap already. I mean, if you're America based, then yeah, you do have the thing where like Becca and Brittany are always up stupidly early as well. Woo! Congratulations. Well done.
Remember to log it.
Oh, this is like, but the thing that I wanted to happen has finally happened, and I was like,
Did they kiss?
It was.
Did they kiss?
It was glorious and amazing, but then they followed it up immediately with the action and the horror of what's happening now, and they're both just like so twisted and conflicted about and
the best kind of pain. I see.
I can see, like, when people have been saying that this is like a masterpiece of a series, I've been like, it's good, but no. The more I'm reading, the more I'm like, this is god tier writing. I think this is one of the best YA series that I think I've ever read, let alone read recently.
Okay.
It is a standout. Because for me, a lot of series were starting to like blur together and a lot of things were just like feeling the same. And then this bastard's come along and I'm just like, wow. So good. But I thought it was a duology. I genuinely was under the impression it's a duology.
It's not?
But well, if it is, it's got like 50 pages to do a lot, but apparently it is actually a trilogy.
Okay.
I
too
I'm
thought
here
it's
for it. I am here for it.
Yeah.
But why? Why did I choose to read it now? Why? Like, oh, you sons of bastards. Like, no. So yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a set number.
Why is that in Polish?
Why is what in Polish?
On my Goodreads for Legendborn, it's got it all written in Polish.
Maybe change the editions. Like I know from Storygraph there are different editions.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But why is the standard edition
weird? I mean, so if it's a trilogy, no one has updated the internet because everywhere it just says book 1 of 2 for Legendborn. The Legendborn cycle. I don't know if anywhere is like the third book. Like I don't know.
It can't not. It literally can't be a duology with how few pages are left and how much is left still to unpack and unravel. Because there's the war to resolve. There's the bloodlines. I'm trying to say this without like spoilering. There's the romance stuff to resolve. There's the bloodlines to resolve. There's a mysterious thing hunting the main character to resolve, and all of that in 50 pages. And it's an end of the world war. That's it can't.
Well, there's a TV adaptation in the making too. Series.
On Tracy Dion's website, it says it was planned as a trilogy.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, like, Legendborn was 2020, Bloodmarked is 2022, so you have to wait until next year, the earliest, if we're keeping the rhythm, for book 3 to come out. Maybe I wait with reading book 1.
Like, there's not been any news about it, and it's like, like, we've not heard any news. Wait, hang on. Okay, Tracy Dion herself on her Twitter on November last year, someone asked, are you permitted to share that there's going to be a third book? And she said, yes, there will be a third book. So the author herself has confirmed that on her website says it's planned, and then on her Twitter has confirmed there will be a third. I was like, it has to be the way that they're ending this. And I literally cannot say what just happened. That is the game changer. And that is the thing that is going to set up the final book, because that is just huge spoilers for the first book.
Okay. Yeah, then shush. Yeah, but publication-wise, the earliest next year. Given that the first 2 were in 2 years apart. I just punched my mic. But yeah. Or you might suffer even longer, because trilogies have this tendency that the third book is like authors are overshooting for the third book, so they need more time. Isn't
It's
I,
always
I
annoying.
see
Like
that.
normally,
I see the cover for the second book in Dark Rise floating around the internet, though.
yeah, it's come out now, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I'm sure it's out.
I forgot what it's called, but I've seen it.
Dark Air.
Yeah, I've seen it. So, or are you meaning you
Oh.
still waiting for the sequel to arrive in your
No,
specific
it
post box?
doesn't release until November.
Ah,
That's
yeah,
why I thought it was already out.
yeah, but the cover is
November
there, so
13th.
it's coming. At least you know when.
Yeah, see, that's what my thing was. The first time I read it, I didn't really. The biggest thing that I still have is it makes me a bit uncomfortable that Brianna is 16 and the way that the guys act with the two love interests, the way that they act with her and the stuff that she's talking about in the romantic aspect, I'm a bit uncomfortable with her only being 16.
Mhm.
And I do still find it a bit weird that university college guys are hitting on a 16-year-old. I find that uncomfortable. But it's like in this one, she's now 17. And I'm like, it's a little bit better when you realize that there's only actually about between her, certainly her and Cell, there's only like 8 months between them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, that's not so horrific. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. And if they were in high school, that would have been perfectly acceptable.
Yeah.
But I still, with the things that have been going on, it does annoy me that she does still feel a bit too young to be going through it. I wish that she was 17, 18 at the start of the series. It just a little bit more of an emotional maturity, a little bit more believable in terms of her environment and what she's getting on with. And, you know, like, I don't know, there's just a couple of bits that I didn't like and I still don't like. And like I said, the first time I read it, I didn't enjoy the lore dumping at all. And it did feel like you needed to know the story of King Arthur and the Round Table really well to get a lot of the nuances. And then trying to, like, you know, get through all of the lore as well as the story of the book. And there's a love triangle. It is a lot to get through. But like I said, going back and reading it a second time, I found it much better because it was like, well, okay, I can just focus on the bits. And I'd watched a couple more things. I'd watched the TV show Cursed, which is an King Arthur retelling.
Listen, I'm so mad that they never got a second season for that one.
I know. I didn't feel it was fantastic, but I felt it was good enough to get a second season.
Yeah, certainly. Like, I was like, this has to pull ratings. Like, everyone is talking about it.
Yeah.
Like, yes, it was kind of niche, but it was still a big bubble that was talking about it because it's a really good fantasy adaptation.
And the thing that I think Netflix forgets is that the niche that are into that kind of thing are the loyal niche. Yeah. They're not like the fan base with a lot of the shows that they cancel, where it's just kind of like casual watchers who just will take it or not.
Yeah.
We are like people when it comes to fantasy and horror and sci-fi.
So many of us.
Like, yeah, with us, like once we've hooked onto a show, that is it. We are loyal till the end.
Yeah, because we know A, it's expensive.
They learned nothing from Firefly.
Like, we know A, it's expensive as fuck. B, we don't have a lot to choose from. So if you hit the right spots even slightly, we are yours to command. Like, this is, and Cursed looks so good, and it has so many layers to everything that happens. It's exactly what fantasy people want. And yet,
it's like Gustav Skarsgård as like Merlin. I mean, I love him anyway. Like, I used to watch Vikings, and Floki was my favorite character, and he just brings every role I've seen him in. He's just incredible.
Listen, I didn't even know he was in there, but the second he sat in that bar, and they were like, "Oh, we're going to take you," and he's like, "Nah, I don't think so." I was like, "Yes."
I love him so much, and the dynamic. Like, okay, they kind of messed. I see why a lot of people weren't happy because of the way that they messed around with the lore, where it was like, wait, Nimue is shall I say it? Would it count as a spoiler, or has the show been out long enough now that it's not spoilery?
I mean, A, the show has been out long enough, and
B, the book
I
was
think
out
you
even
could-
longer before that.
Yeah, but also you can still enjoy it even with the spoilers, I think.
I didn't really find it much of a spoiler. I guessed it pretty much in episode 2.
Yeah, that's on top of that. Like nothing. That's the one issue I have with that show. Nothing except the one thing with Merlin, and even that is unpredictable. Like everything is very easy to guess, even the thing with Merlin. But I'm
there was
like,
the guy at the end, like the Dark Knight
yes,
guy. That
yes,
got me,
the
and I was
Ashen
like,
guy.
oh, and
I was like,
so
wait,
I wanted to
name
sing off
drop
with
much?
him.
But yeah, but
So
everything
anyone
else was
who hasn't yet watched it, just cover your ears for a second. But like his dynamic with Nimue as father and daughter, I thought was incredible. And like that very last episode, the last bit where she calls him father, I was just like, and like, then they left it, and then they were like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, it's like I am dreading. I've got a horrible feeling they're going to cancel Shadow and Bone as well.
They are still
they
in
haven't
limbo.
announced it yet.
Yeah, they are still in limbo, but the first season was also very long in limbo for season 2. It
wasn't this long. It was only about a month or 2.
Yeah, but the thing is,
been 6 months.
Netflix was careful though with renewing anything because they saw the strike on the horizon, and then the strike happened.
Yeah, but look at One Piece. They announced within a week. They were like
something different. Like One Piece hit like a bomb. Shadow and Bone is also
Shadow and Bone did.
Yeah, but Shadow and Bone is very much more reliant on this dedicated fan base. They rely more of those on those than One Piece.
I know, but it's still the fact that it's been so long and there's not even been a hint or a whisper of it. That's making me a little bit worried. Yeah, and none of the actors have all been announcing other projects that they're working on. I'm like, they wouldn't be announcing if they weren't going to be doing that.
Here's another thing you have to think about: the Crow sequel, prequel, sideshow. That thing. They basically are currently gunning for 2 shows, and I think what's going to happen is they will do the Crow show, and based on the Crow show, they decide on season 3 of Shadow and Bone.
But, I just want something so we know.
Yeah.
But I was talking to my uncle about this the other day. I was like, what's annoying me about this strike? Like, I'm fully supporting of the strike and what it's for. Same as
it's over.
But a lot of people don't remember, but 2007 had a very similar strike. It's why so many shows like Grey's Anatomy, Criminal Minds, Supernatural, all the shows. No. Season 3 was only sort of like 11 to 17 episodes.
Yeah, and
instead
quality
of the usual 22.
Yeah,
because of the strike.
Quality went out of the window.
It's not even that. It's the fact that strike happened. It did affect some productions, and a couple of things were cancelled altogether. But there was none of this, like Stranger Things has been pushed back 3 years because of this strike. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I do not understand how, when it happened last time, it rippled, but it didn't like bomb. Whereas this time,
I can tell you,
projects are being cancelled and things are like, oh, it's now 6 years away.
I can tell you why, though. Because the way that the landscape shifted in the last 10 years. The streaming model, of course, like the first shows that got canceled, Netflix and Disney are so guilty of that. The first couple of shows that were canceled, Netflix was looking for an excuse to cancel them anyways. They were doing too good to cancel them, but then the strike happened. They're like, oh yeah, sorry, we don't have the money anymore because you're all striking. Sorry, not sorry. So they canceled them because they were looking for an excuse. And stuff with like Stranger Things and that, they didn't even have a single script. So now they have to start at 0 again, like they did for season 1. So they have to start the whole production thing over. Plus, especially for something like Stranger Things and Euphoria, they have to take into account that their characters are 15, 16 years old, but their actors don't stop aging. So they have to kind of figure that out as well, and that can lead to complete season rewrites of stuff. And again, you have to start at 0 with shit. And that's why they have to push things so far away, because with those things like Stranger Things, that's a hard-hitting number. They have to get it right in order to get the money.
But it makes you wonder, like, is it even worth doing it at this point, or would it be better to just be like, right, we'll call it there, and then we'll release, like, say, like they did with Buffy and Angel, the show got cancelled, but they continued it as like a graphic novel series for those that wanted to finish it.
Yeah, but then there's the
Because
thing that
unlike-
we're talking
I know,
Netflix and Disney. We're talking Netflix and Disney, meaning, hey, we cancel everything that we don't like and that is just performing okay. But the things
Anything
that
that's
worked
queer,
well
we're gonna
once,
get
we
rid of.
have to milk the shit out of them. We need another Star Wars thing. We need this, like, and then
We're gonna
we
flog
get shows
that
like
horse.
Cursed who don't work.
They're like, we're gonna flog that horse even after it's turned to bones. We're gonna keep it running.
Yeah, and I'm now that the strike is over, at least for the writers, the actors are still striking. This can go one of two ways. The first option is we continue to get shitty television and movies, and they will be even shittier for a while, or everything is suddenly turning great again because now people are actually
They've got
motivated
time
to
to
work.
actually work on it and
do a
good job.
Like it could go one of two ways. But I think what's going to happen is TV is going to be a bit shitty, like shittier, for a while until production can kick back into high gear with the new
kind of like with
turns.
movies during COVID, wasn't it? It was like barely any movies, and the ones that did make it out were not fantastic.
Listen, the movies that are coming out now are still absolute fucking bullshit.
I mean, I've not been to the cinema. No, there's not been any movie that I've seen like that have been cinema releases that have caught my attention enough to make me want to go to the cinema since the start of lockdown.
It's
been like 3 or 4 years.
I went into Dungeons and Dragons, but that had nothing to do with any kind of film quality or stuff. That is just me being a fucking nerd and being like, I need to see that movie in the cinemas. So, but
I did forget about that one. That one I would have liked, but I don't mind that I didn't.
Yeah, but that is also like, I saw it in cinema and I'm like, yes, that's nice. That's a nice experience, but this thing works on the home screen just as well.
Yeah.
It's not a masterpiece. It's fun. It's a 90 minute, like it's 1.5 hours, 2 hours of fun, and then you can go on.
As long as you don't look at it from a critical point of view, it's great.
Yes. I mean, we all just went there for Chubby Dragon and Hot Paladin. Which honestly is a strong basis for any D&D game.
Pretty much.
Funny dragon and sexy paladin.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Rally. And if you do pick up Legendborn and give it another go, let me know. It'd be interesting. I know a couple of people who have had similar to me, where they read it once, didn't really sort of enjoy it or really get the hype and thought it was a bit over, and then they've gone back and read it again and been like, actually, because I was very much the same. And then now that I'm reading the second one, I'm like, this is incredible. I actually can't wait to reread this in gearing up for the third one.
Here's the thing. Now I'm looking forward to reading Legendborn because I am a whore when it comes to world building and info dumps in books.
Whereas I don't mind world building. I don't mind info being given to us. I cannot stand when it gets to the point that the info dump takes you out of the plot.
Yes.
Which this does. Like there's 1 or 2 chapters where the entire chapter is just being told the history of the bloodlines and how they came to be and what Camlan is.
Okay.
And it is like the whole chapter is just William telling Brianna all about their history. Okay. And I was getting a bit like, this is great, but why can't we learn this as we go? Why do we need an entire chapter that's just like...
Ooh, that sounds like clunky world building.
Yeah, but like I said, by the second book, that's not in... Even when we're getting info dump, it's blended beautifully with everything else. So I'm like, this is so good.
Legendborn is also a debut, right? It's like the first. So I mean that if I know it's the first book an author has ever published, I give them enough leeway in terms of clunky world building and stuff. And if you say it's blended perfectly in book 2, there has been a skill increase, and I'm like, okay, cool, I can live with this. Knowing that you improved on that and this is not your style, I can work with this.
Right, so I think I'm going to need an hour to because I'm going to need to read this, process the damage that it's going to cause me.
Yes.
And then also get set up upstairs if I need to.
Yes.
So we'll go for an hour. And then,
Yes.
like I said, if my uncle comes down, then I'm not going to put the banner up for last sprint because it might not be.
Maybe change the banner to maybe the last sprint.
Yeah. This either is the last sprint. Yeah, this could be the last sprint. So be warned. But yeah, if he doesn't come down today, then I'll just keep sprinting for a bit longer. And then if he does, then I won't.
I have to figure out what I'm going to read if we're sprinting longer than the next hour. Because I'm done with 5 books then.
In fact, I just heard him moving around. I might pop up and just ask him if he's planning on coming down.
Yeah.
Cool. Right.
Yes.
So 45. I'm not sharing the screen.
I wanted to go for an hour.
Yeah. It's because I saw 45 on the screen, so my brain went 45. Right. An hour. Enjoy. See you soon.
So I mean, I did it. I read 5 books, but how are you? Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was so good. And ended on such a bitch of a cliffhanger. There was no doubt there's going to be a third book. Even if I was doubting it, the way it ended, it was just like, okay, so we're basically getting the same ending as the first book, just a different person. So,
Wow.
I'm slightly annoyed at that because it means book 3 is basically going to start the same way that book 2 did, and it's like, we've already had this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Also, slightly annoyed because I think my uncle's just about to come down to get his food, and the whole point of this was for him to come down and get his food while we were doing the thing, not while we were talking.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. I felt really bad because I was like, I'm not saying don't like, if you want the living room, I will come upstairs. And he was like, there's nothing on the TV that I want to watch anyway, so I'll just come down and get my dinner and go up.
Mm.
But I feel bad that I've like kicked you out of your space. But yeah, it was so good. I don't think anyone needs to like guess what star rating it's got. When you take into account
4.99993.
like especially when you take that into account as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah.
Yep.
I feel kind of like, now that I've done that, I'm like, I kind of wish that was the last sprint because I'm emotioned out, and the only thing I've got left is the audiobook, and I'm on the last like hour of it, and the last we left off I was about to start crying because of what's going on. So like, do I really need that emotional punch after just finishing this?
Do you have another cozy? Do you have another cozy manga to go?
The only thing I've got left is that, because I've worked out, I have now finished Spy. I've completed. Like, I've managed to get the 4 books. And then Sia, I just need, it's the Fortune Tellers, and the only book I have, like, I've looked at all my manga, none of those have got like any sort of divination or fortune tellers in. And the only thing that I have is Night of the Dragon. And I've only got like an hour left on the audiobook, but I'm like, do I want to put myself through that on live stream? Because I know I'm going to be crying.
Choices.
So I don't think I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to wait until I go to bed tonight. But what I am going to do is use I'll do one final sprint.
Yeah.
For like 45 or an hour. And I'm just going to like try and set up my bullet journal.
Ooh.
But oh my God, that book was a ride. And I still can't kind of get over that I've managed to read like that much. I read all of that.
Yeah.
And 5 books is crazy.
I have to do the math given that Storygraph has the 31 that isn't 31 pages. So I have to do the math myself. But wait, let's do math live on camera. That's 120, 170, 188, 191, 201 pages. You know, you do that, but you forget that I am a seasoned DM. I am used to people throwing random numbers at me while I try to do math. It's 201 pages I have read today.
Amazing. Yeah, mine is whatever the final number is minus whatever I started with. It's like 557. See, I'm doing the harder one because I'm subtracting, which is why I'm about to use my calculator. So it's like 557 minus 284, 273.
See? Nice. That's running and gunning.
I'm so tired now. I'm like emotionally drained. I'm just tired. But for Sia, I'm also most of the book, or half of the books for the 4 that I needed for each thing are the ones that I originally said I was going to read because I quickly went. And so I'm actually very proud of myself for that because 90% of my TBRs end up not being what I actually read. So the fact that 50% of my TBR is what I've read, I'm like, that's amazing. So Sia, stars on the cover. I read The Darkness Outside Us.
Yes.
5-star prediction. I said I was going to read Flash Fire, but I ended up reading Cat Gamer. Because I kind of had a feeling this one was going to be 5 stars, and it was. I've had 3 5 stars this month. No, 4 5 stars this month. And I've gone from, I had like 6 for the entirety of the year so far to 4 in 1 month.
Nice.
Fortune Tellers, I'm going to finish tonight, and that's Night of the Dragon. And then Prophecy was Bloodmarked, so that's the Sia route. And then for Spy, Camera, I was going to read Princess and the Fangirl and read Princess and the Fangirl. Audiobook, I've swapped out to translated, which is Sweat and Soap manga. Spies, I said Spy Classroom, and that's what I read. And then Secrets, I said Dark Rise, but I've gone with an ebook that I needed to finish called The Backup Plan. Why are you outside? It's raining. I just noticed the cat walking through the garden, sat on the step while it's raining.
Yeah, I'm missing the celestial magic thing from the side quests. Other than that, I fulfilled every prompt on the Sia route with these 5 now, which is I had stars on the cover, Starless Sea.
Yeah.
Then I had crystals on the cover, which is one I switched out from Nightfall with the cover on the crystals to Vox Machina Origins Volume 1. My historical setting changed from Sugared Game to the manga Devils and Realists Volume 1. Horoscope, same star sign as me, became Libra Dugo, the second one in the Grishaverse, Siege and Storm. 5-star prediction, my love, forever and always, Brian McClellan, Sins of Empire, Powder Mage novel. It was a 5-star. Then Fortune Tellers, I also switched out. And I put in Vox Machina Origins Volume 2 with the whole diviner shenanigans. Does that count? Does it count? Everyone says he's a diviner. It does count. Then I had Fate of the Fallen for the Prophecy that I DNF'd at 63% because it's just fucking bullshit.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. Like, there was one, I think the most I've DNF'd was at 96 or 95%. And I was like, I am done with this bullshit, and I just do not care for that last half an hour, 45 minutes. I just don't want to know.
Yeah, but for the first 40, for like the first 48%, I was like, okay, the characters are all stupid except this horse that just doesn't turn right, that it doesn't turn left. Like, this horse refuses to turn left, so it always turns right. So the guy always has to like circle around to go left. And that was legitimately the most interesting character in the whole book. And I'm like, okay, but there was this hint. There was this hint of mystery, and I'm like, I want to know more about this. So I'm willing to suffer through everything else for nuggets of wisdom in this part. But then that part also turns sour like a fucking avocado, and I'm like just like from one moment to another, just a pile of bullshit. And I was like, nah, I'm a
this. I'm done.
Then I checked in the Discord what your rules on DNFing were, and I'm like, yeah, I'm 63% through. This counts. I'm done, bitch. I'm out.
So as long as you read about a quarter of the book, you can count it, because I don't punish. We do not punish DNFs in this house.
Yes.
And so to me, if a readathon says that DNFs aren't counted, that's punishing a DNF, and I don't stand for that.
Yeah. No. So yeah, and then I thought I was done with everything, because like how the fuck am I going to read 4 more books? Well, here I am. So Inspired by the Tarot card is going to be His First Bite by Deanne Byrne, featuring Witches and Covens is Mermaid by S.T. Lynn, Fated Mates is Taming the Minotaur by Eliza Lovelace, but sadly neither Office Politics nor Grant's Gambit had Celestial Magic in there. Cathartic moments, yes, but no Celestial Magic.
See what everyone else got up to. We have Amal, welcome. Thank you for joining. Reading Murder at Enderley Hall, Chapter 5, and listening to Absent Pity by Blake Pierce, 12% in. Nice.
I think I have that too.
Brittany finished Volume 7, and all you have left is half of Tokyo Ghoul Volume 1. Yeah, you got this.
I got a bunch of Blake Pierce's for Stuff Your Kindle. Yeah, it's like thrillers. And a lot of series, and the first one was free for a lot of them. So just got a bunch of them.
Ella didn't read anything, but drew the board for a TBR game that's heavily inspired by Adventurerathon.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. I'm not going to change the Twitter name. That you can change all the handles.
Adventurerathon. It's like when we watch Taskmaster, I think I said the other day, I always get it wrong and I say Taskmaster.
Mm-hmm.
And I say like Taskmaster. And it's like, for God's sake. I just cannot seem to get it the right way round. It's like, whatever. But that's so cool. You'll have to, like, when you've done it, you have to post it. Are you going to be doing videos with it, Ella? Or are you just kind of going to play it for yourself each month? But either way, post it in the
Discord.
Thank you. Yes. Brain is...
That's what you hired me for.
I'm in a strange funk where it's like my brain is in that, is it going to pop or not? So it kind of goes into that kind of almost where things are a bit fuzzy and the world just feels a bit spinny because it's like in and out because it can't decide if it's going to just like pop or if it's going to actually be okay. So it's like quite a precarious little edge that I'm sat on. So my plan for the next sprint is because if I switch to screen time, I know it's going to pop. So I'm going to stick with paper and pen. And so I'm just going to probably put South Park on, keep watching that in the background. Because I'm rewatching like all my favorite episodes. So I know I don't need to keep looking up because I know the episodes. So I'll just have that on in the background while I'm doing some spreads.
Yeah.
Well, if you're willing to take a photo of the board just to show us what you're up to, because that would be amazing.
Yeah. We'll make a lot of people happy and giddy.
I have considered like making my own, instead of doing the My Heroic TBR, I have considered doing like an adventure TBR kind of thing and do my own adventure game. But I'm like, I really love my game that I made and I love My Hero Academia and I love having the characters and things. So I'm like, no. It's something I'm thinking about maybe for next year.
I mean, you could always like make a board game version for one of the rounds of Adventurerathon.
Maybe. Because I do want to try and do that every round slightly different. So it's not always going to be the same format. It's not always going to be super predictable.
Maybe write that down before you forget it.
I'm literally, as I'm thinking, I'm like one hand is writing. Like,
Yeah, I have now this funny problem in my reading journal because I already set up my October spreads with me thinking, okay, Fate of the Fallen is going to be the last thing I read. So I only have like a review space for Fate of the Fallen. But now I read 5 more books. So I drew them up on paper. And I'm just going to slide them in.
Nice.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to finish another book today. So I was like, oh, shit. But it means that officially this is the best reading month I've had all year.
Yeah.
Because, well, in terms of numbers of books or things. It's I'm now on 13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Lucky
was
alive.
my best month was last month with 12. Mine was last month with 12, and right now I'm standing on 11. Maybe I can finish another one, not in the next sprint, but maybe I can finish another one by today, like another novella. Then I would be at least even with last month, which also would be like telling like the biggest readathons I partook this year are also my biggest reading months.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Weirdly, like my big readathons have been my worst months.
Wow.
April, which is Aurelium, I only did 5 and I had 12 or 13 planned. My own readathon in June, I managed 8, so it wasn't horrific, but it was still single digits. And then last month, again for Aurelium, I did 6 and I had like 15 books picked out. So it's nice that finally this month I started off so slow I think up until like the 16th, I'd only got 1 book complete. And now I'm on 13. So I'm like, I finally seem to have caught my steam a bit.
I just checked. I'm actually tied. Like it's the April round of Aurelium. Last month's Aurelium and this month's Adventurerathon are all at 11. So if I finish another book tonight, I'm at 12 and this will be my best reading month. And now I'm determined to do that. To make a point to no one but myself.
Nothing fires ADHD up more than a challenge to beat your own high score.
I am stupidly competitive. Like
I'm stupidly competitive, but not really with other people. It's more myself. Like
same.
I have to beat myself all the time. I don't really care if I beat other people as long as I beat myself, unless it's at work and there's the one colleague that I don't really get on with very well, and I am always trying to beat her. It's like I'm going to make more rolls than you today.
Yeah. For me, it's like yes, I like to beat myself, but only when prompted by someone else. And my friends know that and they exploit it. It's literally like, I bet you can't do that. I bet you can't do like 3 rounds of that. And then I'm like, now I'm doing it.
What was it? My Hero Academia did that with Bakugo when they were like, we need someone to play drums. Hey, you used to play drums, didn't you? And he's like, I'm not in it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And then one of them just says the right thing. 2 seconds later, he's like, it's just like,
that
shit.
is me. Like, I don't know what it is, but if you say, do this, I'm like, no. But if you say, I bet you cannot do this, I'm like, done.
Yep, exactly the same. Like, even if I could literally be standing up to go and do something, and then like he will go, can you do, while you're in there, can you do this? And even if I was stood up to go and do it, I'll suddenly be like, no,
I don't want to anymore.
Like, because someone's brought it up, I'm like, nah, I'm not doing it on my own
pathological
anymore. I'm not. Yeah. But a similar thing, like if someone says, I bet you can't do this, I'm just like,
pathological demand avoidance is fun.
Yes. Woo!
Yes!
Glad to hear it. Glad you had fun as well. Like,
I'm quickly doing this.
Max contacted me earlier, and he was like saying that it's been really fun and that everyone's having a really good time. And I was like, I'm glad. Something I created seems to have worked.
Yeah, it did.
It's like,
certainly.
It's worked twice in a row.
Listen.
No,
I can't wait for January. No idea what's going to happen, but I want it.
I was going to say, we've got so much shit to plan between now and then.
Yeah.
I'm kind of low-key, like, at least we know what the theme's going to be, and we know what the...
Yes.
Yeah,
I forgot for a second there.
Like, we know the theme, and I know because, as I said, for every round, there will be a bonus sort of character that you can build, optional, there's going to be like between 1 and 3 new character pathways that you can do to tie in with especially if it's like, because some of them it will just be everyone's doing the same prompts. and there might only be 5 or 6. So, you know, for certain people, I'm thinking in particular Zamai, who I think even this round has done pretty much all of the routes again. Like she just blasts through it. It'll give a bit more, but yeah, we've already got the first.
We should make a bonus pathway for Zamai only.
It's like 100 prompts long.
It's like or we do ooh, listen.
It's like Zamai, you've got the Pokemon route, gotta catch them all.
It's like listen, it's like hard mode. Like everyone can do Adventurathon for the next round, and whoever does all of the prompts unlocks hard mode for the round after and gets like a special route with like 70 more prompts to fulfill to challenge yourself, like a Dark Souls mode or something. And the prompts get more and more like weird and very niche until only a singular book on this planet fits it or something. Like that would be so ridiculous. Oh god, I'm giving you ideas.
No. Wait, can you see my... No, you can't see my pen scribbling away. I'm not writing anything.
I can see your pen scribbling, but I can see your arm moving in scribbling ways. I know what people look like when they write.
What is going on? Well, no, I was just like, that'd be kind of, for certain formats, that could work. Like, say there's one idea that I'm thinking of where it's sort of like does the umbrella thing where it's like, you know, go down this route, do this, like, you know, and then you end up with a final scenario. And then it could be for people who are a bit quicker and just want to do the one scenario. Again, then there could be like a bonus mode where it's like, oh, if you don't want to go back to the beginning and do them again, you could maybe do these extra challenges and things. It's just an idea.
Yeah, we can tie that in with like the special NPC thing that we were floating around as an idea.
Yeah, or we could do even like on one of the rounds, we could do like a bingo board and people can choose like the basic bingo board will be say 6 books. I think that's how that works. For 4
9.
books.
No,
it's
8.
9 squares.
Yes, the middle one is free, so you get 8.
Don't forget our non-reading prompts. I always include non-reading prompts as well for people.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we can always have like an easy, medium, hard there where it's like, you know, and then impossible challenge like, you know, read a book that's exactly 222 pages long.
listen, for hard prompts, you have to start connecting prompts.
Oh yeah.
Where it's not a singular prompt, but it's like you have this prompt and this prompt, and both need to be true for this book. That's when it gets hard.
Yeah, read a book that is a cozy fantasy, but
it has to be
not set in a bakery. It does not revolve around food.
Read a grimdark fantasy under 400 pages. That's practically impossible.
Finish a series.
Oh, period. Finish a series with over 5 books in them. Because if it's finish a series and it's like the 3rd book in a trilogy, that doesn't count. But if you have like finish a series and it's like finish all of the side changeling books, what?
Even I couldn't do that in a month, and I'm like, you know, I can read those in 4 or 5 hours flat.
Listen. I once upon a time started the Black Dagger Brotherhood, and my aunt, I just realized, like, just recently learned, she still keeps up with at least with buying the books, but it's like at this point, it's like 2.5 shelves, and the full shelf is like double row. It's so many books, especially because in Germany they split. I don't know if they still do it, but the earlier books were split in 2, so you have double for like the first 15 books. So 15 books is like 30.
Oh, that's Dark Prince, right? Dark Lover, yeah.
Yeah, I hesitate to say it is good, but I remember it being good 10 years ago. But I really want to restart reading that just to see A, does it hold up to the time, and B, can I get through them at this point, because I dropped off when one book was focusing on 2 characters that I didn't like. And I couldn't be asked to read it, so I just abandoned the series. But now I'm like, okay, now I know how to speed read, and now I can get through books that I don't like to get to the parts I do like. So what if I just restart this behemoth of a series that keeps going?
I'm trying to think, because it's like
reading them.
I was reading another series at that time, and I remember my sister bought me for Christmas one year. She bought me one of the books for it, and then she was on the whatever site it was that she bought it from. They had, like, she thought, well, that looks like the sort of book that Kirsty reads, and so she bought it for me thinking that it was the first in the series, and it turned out it was. I started reading it and I was like so confused, because I was like, I don't understand like where I am on, like, where am I with all of this? Oh no, it wasn't the Dark Brotherhood, it was Christine Feehan.
Okay.
The Carpathian series.
Okay, never heard of that.
I was getting confused.
I had a similar thing. Was
it was like book 16.
Oh wow, I wasn't that bad. I was in a class trip, and I ran out of things to read. Like, I read faster than I thought, and then I rented to a random bookstore and was like, "Oh, this sounds interesting. What is it? Oh, okay, cool, vampires." Bought it because it sounded like it's like a self-contained story, and it kind of is. But it was also book 4 in a series that is also still going, and I'm like, okay, so now I read book 5 that explains what I didn't get shit. And then I bought book 1 through 3, and I read those, and I'm like, oh, okay, I reread this now. Now it makes sense. Okay, cool, let's keep going. And then again, book 8, characters I didn't care. I dropped the series, but that one again, I want to pick that back up again, because the concept is so wild, and it should have told me all I need to know about me being a monster romance smut reader, because it is vampire. It's from Lara Adrian. I don't know how the series is called, but it is vampires who originate from outer space dragons who crash landed on Earth. And now, because their bloodline is watered up, they all have tattoos, but they are born with these, and these tattoos shift color depending on their mood. And they have eyes that glow in the dark. And it's
Dragon Chalice series.
It's so weird. Like, it sounds so weird if you summarize it like that, but it's actually just vampires falling in love with humans. But like,
there was another one that. Oh, what was it? There was one that I read called the Demonica series.
Okay.
A while back, and it was like, it was really cool because she's a demon hunter that turned out to actually be a demon, and she didn't know.
Yeah.
And then she falls into the world of the demons and has that conflicting thing of she's now one of them, but has spent her whole life trained to kill them.
Yeah.
And like the whole series, it's got vampires in, it's got like succubi, all of that in. And I remember it being so good.
Yeah, this is
like, I want to go back and read that at some point.
Yeah. I remember this.
But the reason I got Black Dagger Hood and Carpathian confused is because the first book in the Black Dagger Brotherhood is called Dark Lover, and in Carpathian it's Dark Prince.
So
that's why I got very confused.
So I just looked it up. It's the Midnight Breed series by Lara Adrian.
Sounds about right.
Yep. And yeah, it's just one of those never-ending on. Oh my god! German books have this thing where you get the blurb, and then you get like 1 or 2 like reviews from other authors.
Yeah, we get it over here.
This series, the one review on the back is from J.R. Ward, who's the author of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. These series are very similar. They just have very different world building, but the core is the same. It's vampire X, human, and then big evil things.
I mean, most urban fantasies are, and paranormal fantasy romances pretty much have the similar format. It's just,
yeah.
I find that the plot tends to be very similar. It's the characters that make the stories.
Mm.
Right, I need to do a couple of bits. So if we set up, do you want to make this the last one, or do you want to do a couple more? I don't mind.
I would like to make this the last one since we are closing in on dinner time for me too.
Yeah, so you're closing it on dinner time. I'm starting to flag a little bit because we have been going since 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, let's make this the last one. Executive decision. Democratic vote, we say.
We will do an hour though for the last one. Mm-hmm. Or unless you want to do slightly shorter, I don't mind.
We can do for an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Now I just need to figure out what to do with myself.
I'm pretty much the same, but I'm like, no, I'm going to work on my journal.
Yeah, part of me is like, okay, you're done with your reading, so you can start reading your books for October. And I'm like, no, because it's not October yet. Yeah, then you can start with Preptober. No, it's September. It's not October yet.
Yeah, but it's virtually set October, and Preptober can be any time of year. It doesn't have to be October. I'm trying to help.
I know, but my brain doesn't want that.
Giving you permission. Do it. Do the thing.
Yeah, I think I rolled the dice on what the fuck I'm going to do. I don't know.
Well, good luck, and I'll see you in an hour.
Yeah, bye.
I forgot to put my camera back on.
I didn't. I turned it off on purpose because I started shrimping. As in, I slowly rolled into myself
right. I was like, what the
in
heck?
even more weird positions. And that is not very photogenic, so...
Well, I paused it. Well, I turned the camera off while I went and got something to eat. Like, I just had another bowl of cereal and then forgot to put it back on.
I didn't read. I didn't.
I did do my journal.
Yeah.
I've done like the front page, and I was inspired by Ren's jumper, like cardigan that they were wearing the other day, and it was like it had like potion bottles and skeletons and things, and it was awesome. So I took some screenshots of it, and I've got a load of things that are like orange and purple colored, including these awesome little alphabet letters.
Ooh, nice.
So I was like, right, okay, October, let's think of like a saying, because I try to do a little quote for every month. And I was like, so what can I do for October? And I was like, well, spooky, scary skeletons, but I don't have enough S's for that. I was like, this is Halloween seems a bit too short and isn't quite what I'm going for. I was like, something spooky this way comes. Perfect. Except when I wrote something spooky this way, and then realized I didn't have any more O's. And I was like, well, I will be reading monster porn. So
Listen, this is something I expect from me.
I adapted.
I'm a bad influence, I see.
But yeah, I've done my little cover page for October. It's a shame this isn't my reading journal though, because this would be even more perfect if it was my reading journal and I did that. This is just my normal bullet journal. But I was like, do you know what? Let's go for it.
I need to clip this and send the link to Ren when they get up. They have to witness this.
I thought I was quite clever coming up with that.
You were. It's just very unexpected.
That's one of my specialties. People think that I'm like, the number of times where I've done something like that, and then everyone's like, Kirsty! I'm like, why do you all seem to think that I'm sweet and innocent, or that I'm not perverted? And it's like, no,
I don't think you're sweet and innocent. What's shocking me is the amount of dad joke that is in there.
Cool. I had a bit of a crisis because I
pun.
was like, well, I need the O. And then I was thinking, like, can I try and make an O out of the letters and like move stuff around? And then I was just like, well, I'm reading monster porn, so let's just go with the obvious.
I salute your creativity.
Thank you.
Howie. Now my face hurts. Thank you. Turn this off, so that's better. Yeah, no, I didn't read. I watched a YouTube video, and then I watched not Comic-Con, but one of those nerd comic conventions panels from 4 years ago about a show that I love and I never understood, but I rewatch it regularly. Legends of Tomorrow. I love Legends of Tomorrow, especially because there's John Constantine content in there, and they let him just be his bisexual disaster self. And I watched a panel from like 4 years ago where they were talking about it. So
Nice.
And it's always super weird because Matt Ryan, who's playing him, is very Welsh. Like, you can tell that he's from Swansea, but John Constantine isn't, so he puts on a masterful performance with just as bad of an accent. Like, good in the performance way, but it's a Northumberland accent. And he's like putting his all into it, and it's just, yes.
Wow.
So hearing him talk in his actual normal accent is always an experience. Yeah, that's literally all I did. Watched a 4-year-old Comic-Con panel and a Minecraft video.
To be honest. I mean,
Same.
it was worth it for that reaction, but I think both of us, like, we got to the end of the last sprint, and I think we both just, our brains just went into the atmosphere.
Yeah. I mean, when we started the sprint, I probably would have been able to read. Like, I was still feeling the flow, but I was like, okay, I'm going to finish this YouTube video first. And then it was gone. But yeah, I mean, we both read over 200 pages, and we both reached goals last minute, so...
In the past 7 days, I've read 11 books. So, or I've completed 11 books. So I think my brain's just a little bit like, can we be done now for a bit, please? And I think I'm getting a bit, I've been sat at this desk for a lot, and I normally sort of do 1 or 2 days, and I'm on like 5 days in a row or something. And I'm just like, I think my body's just like, can we sit on the sofa, please, where it's a bit more comfortable? So I'm actually thinking, as soon as we're done here, I'm about to yawn again. Oh my God.
Same.
I'm thinking it's only 6:30, but I might just go up to bed and read.
Yeah.
Stupidly. Or just go to bed and watch South Park for the next few hours and sleep.
I'm literally waiting for dinner to kick in my door. So there's that. And after that, I don't know, probably going to indulge in some more years-old Comic-Con panels with some of my favorite people from a stupid show that no one knew about.
I can also tell, do you know how I can tell you're tired? Is your German, like, the accent is getting a lot heavier, and you can tell you're trying to think about the English. You're like...
It's actually, I don't think...
slight, but enough that I'm like, he's getting sleepy.
It's not actually me thinking about what I like translating shit, because I also think in English. It's I tend to, even in German, I tend to swallow the endings of words. And once I do that, and when I get tired, I mumble. So those two things combined, and then just... I mean, I can also like put my accent really thick on if that is what you want, but that hurts my own ears, so I don't like to do it.
It's not even that. Like, that to me just sounds like really forced and emphasized. It's just, I mean, thicker is in just like almost your voice gets a bit deeper and a little bit like the German's just more pronounced, but not in that comical, silly kind of way, like what people think the German is. It's in that natural kind of just, hang on. I tend to slow down a bit when I'm tired. My words get slower, and I slur really badly when I get really tired, and I'm like, bleh.
Also, I like to call this buffering, but sometimes I can see you like you are full sentence. It's fully formed when you start the sentence. Then you forget the sentence after 3 words, buffer for like 2 seconds, and then the rest of the sentence comes out. You buffer a lot more when you get tired.
Oh, I know. It's really bad. It's like, I know what I want to say, but I kind of just forget, or I just completely, I'll start a sentence, not really think about what the end of that sentence is going to be, and my brain just goes, and I'm like, but then again, we've been on what,
9 hours and 16 minutes, according to the clock.
And of that, I think we've actually been really good at actually reading. I would say we've actually read for about 6 of those 9 hours.
Like I think the when we came on, we had like 50 minutes of talking, but every other instance after that was shorter. Like, I don't think
we've
we
managed
went
to keep it to about 15 minutes, because I've been like, I want to get to my book. Shut up, guys.
Like I think we kept it under 20 minutes between sprints. So,
and I am just going to shout out to both like Ella and Brittany, who have both been here since, like, you guys have been with us since the first sprint this morning. So massive shout out to you guys as well.
Way to spend your weekend.
But also, Brittany, well done for completing everything. That's incredible. Ella read about 50 pages.
Yeah. Are you close to finishing something, Ella, or is it just like last minute page crunching? Bless you.
No, it was a yawn.
I know.
No, yeah, bless a yawn.
Why not?
It's weird. I feel this.
I mean, if I say, "Hey, it's God blessings," but it's not the Christian God, but like I don't know, Morpheus or something. Fitting.
Oh, wait a minute, you just said, and if I say, "Hey," and my brain, what a wonderful time of day.
Wow.
Like, wow, I've not watched that show since I was like 11, and that was what came to my brain.
We need to stop. We're just not functioning anymore.
And the stupid thing is, it's not even like it's like 11, 12 o'clock at night, and when you would expect brains to stop working, it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, but it's also 9 hours of continually being perceived.
Yeah, oh, wait a minute, there was one point I was like, I've got an itch up my nose, and then I was like, probably not a good idea to just go and scratch it like you normally would do in real life, because let's face it, humans do that. I was like, wait, camera, and everything you do, it's like, oh, I'm eating. People are watching. Let's like turn that off so they're not watching milk dribble down my face.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, nice. I mean, my 5 bitches were also random today, and then just happened to be able to shoehorn them into 3 of the side quest prompts. So also, I mean, it's just 2 people here besides us, but everyone lock their books.
Yes, don't forget to log your books.
Yeah, probably gonna yell it into the Discord as well.
Yes. Don't forget they've got until midnight on the 3rd of October to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that I not only managed to read the book that I said I was going to read, but also finished it when I was kind of dubious this morning whether I was going to or not. So I'm just happy that I've managed to do that. And then, like I said, when I go to bed, I will listen to that last I did double check, and it's got an hour and 15 minutes left. So when I go to bed, I'll just get my Sudoku out and do that for an hour, and then finish Night of the Dragon and probably cry. Like, Bloodmarked had me kind of excited and tearing up on one bit, but I didn't cry. Night of the Dragon, there was one bit that I actually did. I was sat there and I was like kind of crying, and I had to like pause it for the night because I was like, I can't keep going right now because I am so upset and I'm genuinely sniffling. So I was like, I've seen a spoiler for the very end and I'm like, oh no.
Ooh, oh no.
It's one of those, even though I know that this happens, I don't, with the way the voice actors are and the acting quality on these audiobooks, I'm not safe.
That makes it even worse when you have a fitting audio performance to something that when you read about it, it's already breaking your heart, but then you have like the performance of someone in there that is putting another level of emotion to that.
I think it's why this year I've discovered how much I'm loving audiobooks, is because I just get way more emotion out of it than I do when I'm just reading. I've cried and teared up way more at audiobooks than I have done physically reading this year. And I think it's because the actors that I've been listening to have been just so good. And then it's like next month I'm going back and rereading Cemetery Boys, and it's like I don't think it will hit me as hard as it did the first time. But then again, Avi Roquez's acting skills are so good. The bastard probably will get me just because of how he can crack his voice when he's upset, and I'm just like, you little bitch. You little bitch. Cool. Right, I think then we are gonna finish there. Get some rest.
Yeah.
Do it all again tomorrow. Wait, what?
What?
No.
No.
I mean, I've got work to do tomorrow anyway because candles don't make themselves.
Yeah,
But I'm not doing any. I'm taking tomorrow off for reading.
Yeah.
Although every time I say that, I end up doing loads of reading.
Yeah, feel that.
So I think every time we finish sprints and I'm like, oh, I'm not going to do anything else today. I'm going to like play games or do this. And then it's like, now later I'm reading.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe.
What can I say?
Yeah. I am going to watch my daily dose of Castlevania Nocturne, which is 2 episodes.
I need to get onto that.
I watched the first 2 episodes yesterday, and it's very much Castlevania. It looks good, but it's hella confusing, and I don't think it's going to make sense anytime soon.
See, my thing with Castlevania is it looked great. It was superbly acted, and it was a fantastic series.
Mm-hmm.
But by God, was it boring as shit.
Yeah, there were seasons. There were seasons in there.
There
and,
was
and
like
episodes.
whole episodes where I was so bored because nothing happened.
Yeah.
So I feel like the pacing was really off. They needed a little bit more because when it was good, it was incredible. Like best I'd ever seen. But in between, it was terrible.
I can only vouch for the first 2 episodes. They scream Castlevania. Even besides the looks, the writing screams Castlevania.
Even the advert, when I saw it advertised, I was just like, even if I didn't know this was Castlevania, I would have known.
Yeah, but like the first 2 episodes are okay-ish on the pacing. The first one a bit slower, but they do a lot of like world building to. If the world building in episode 1 felt a bit forced, as if they were
like, well, you guys already know the world. We're just giving you an update of what happened since.
No. It felt forced, as in like they were forcefully trying to establish that they are not the original Castlevania. That like hundreds of years have passed between those two.
Your favorite character will not be showing up.
Yeah, it's like we are in France and it is 1792. We are not somewhere in Wallachia or whatever the fuck. Like, Trevor isn't anymore. Go thirst for someone else. Have a Richter.
I know. Which, I think a lot of people are hoping that Alucard's going to be in it because obviously he is.
He could be. Listen. So far, 2 episodes in, I have yet to meet a single character that is not hot. Including the monsters.
No more Monsters Mud for you.
Tell that Cleo Evans on my TBR for October.
I douse you.
Although I have to say it's it's very tame. It's just a werewolf and the werecat. That's very tame for Cleo Evans. Okay? And Death himself. And I don't know, I don't think he's a monster, but I'm reading like a romance that is inspired by the Phantom of the Opera. But on the cover he looks human.
And on that note, folks, we're gonna go. Thank you all for being here.
Yes.
Have a good evening, everybody. Enjoy. If you are still finishing off your last reads, good luck. If you have finished your reads and you completed your path, amazing. If you didn't quite complete your path, that's still incredible. And thank you for joining us.
Yes. Remember to log your books. Remember to enter the giveaway. All the good stuff.
Yeah. We'll be back in, well, obviously we'll probably pop up on lives every now and again anyway, just because that's what we're like. But in terms of Adventurerathon, we will formally be back in December with the next announcement video, in January for the next round of Adventurerathon, where you'll finally get to take your characters on their first adventures. It's going to be good. Yes. But have great evenings. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Bye.